You guys think that if you're unhappy, that's a good reason to leave a marriage? See?
I don't think you're gonna be happy all the time. So it depends. How long have I been unhappy?
Right.
Because my kids are seeing that.
Right.
I think that matters too. Like
Most things I think
there's a lot of people.
It don't have anything to do with age, getting married too late. People don't have the intestinal fortitude for marriage. You get up there and say these vows. It's duty and responsibility, time and pain. It's the kids. It's the rearing. It's lineage and legacy. That's a joke in itself.
But is that not part of the kids?
So
your kids are a direct reflection of you. So if my kids are seeing me unhappy, now what?
What are you talking about?
Because you said happiness in the marriage, because you just said that kids are part of it, right?
Let me explain it to you. You're conflating your happiness with how the kids are treated, right? I'm not even talking about the kids. I'm talking about you being happy, right? I just said that about sex, so don't act like you can't do it about everything else. So now that we have a baseline with that, you can fake it till you make it in front of them kids all the time. Now, kids have discernment. I understand that, but happiness doesn't mean everything has to be egregious in the household. However, we know ebb and flow. Is that a thing, or are we dismissing postpartum?
Postpartum depression.
Do we have menopause?
Right.
And so you guys go through these ebb and flow periods where your happiness is intrinsically not working.
But that's why I agree.
But I'm just saying. But you put it on the kids. Like, no, answer my question directly based on happiness itself.
I did, but I said it depends on how long I've been unhappy. Raising my kids in a house where there's no happiness is not
selfish.
That's not life goals.
Just for the sake to say I have a husband. Are you serious?
No, you made a commitment under the Most High God, right? Unless you don't believe.
Who cares about the commitment if I'm unhappy and I'm dying inside?
No, don't interrupt them, Melly. Sorry, Nikki, what you say?
I'm not staying unhappy for 10 months. You talking about 10 years?
Well, I've stayed unhappy for a very, very long time. But who is going to continuously stay in an unhealthy marriage where you're burning inside, you're dying inside, you done forgot who you are, you done forgot your self-worth, and you're just super unhappy, like depressed to that point, just to say I have a husband and I have a family? But
I think that we know how hoes are created. Callie said it earlier. Something about they ain't had their daddy, their daddy didn't love them. That's one. Secondly, most of these hoes been hurt by a man. Just like these niggas that been hurt by women, they become hoes. It's the same thing.
Savage.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Even with what Callie is saying, the lack of love, hopelessness, a deficit, desperation. That's all the same umbrella. I'm desperate for the love of a real man because a man never loved me. So I'm out there searching for the love of a man. But because I don't know how to properly find love from a man because I never experienced it. So now from the worst experience that I've had and the damage that I've had from men, I'm telling you now, I'm only going to use them for what I like them for, because there's no possibility that they could ever even try to love me correctly. And I'm so lost on love, so in the deficit, I'll be desperate. And a lot of women have penis. And the girl come up here, hands. Remember the girl that came up here who was cosplaying a man? She was a whole butch, calling the women male-centered up here. You're trying to become them niggas. Talk about worship when you think you're fucking up a storm because you're a man and you're acting like a man. That's male worship down to the ground.
So the women who are promiscuous, are we saying they're all desperate?
Majority. I'm not saying that. But I know.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like in my point in my life, I feel like I was being groomed to cater to him.
So at 18, when did you guys break up or stop dealing with each other?
When I was 21, turning 22.
So you were for about 3 to 4 years. How did you upgrade him?
Oh shit.
I think that I gave him a different perspective.
Well, you also feel like after you dated him, I upgraded you, and then all these women want you after what I did for you.
Hey, bro, he was 18, bro. Like, you grilling him, bro. What the fuck?
It's hard to imagine an 18-year-old girl upgrading a 28-year-old man, but then like you left curious, what could you have possibly really done to a man that age? Like, you don't have no money, you 18, you don't have much knowledge, you 18.
But what we're witnessing is cognitive dissonance. So there's no way you admonish the man by saying that you upgraded him and then in another breath say he groomed you. Mm-hmm. Those two things are diametrically opposed, right? And then you said age don't matter. People could be wise beyond their years. However, when Tamia gave you the bail money about you being 18, you're like, yeah, I was just 18. Nah, because remember you just said that you had the wisdom and understanding of somebody older than that, which is what you would be able to bestow on him. Right? Ooh. So these things are conflicting when we saying them. Did you actually upgrade him, or was you mad and talking shit to him because he cheated on? Are most of us cowards? Are most of us willing to kill and die for our wife and children? Are we willing to defend ourselves? Do we know what it looks like when shit is hitting the fan? Do we know when danger is actually upon us? How many dangerous situations have we been in to tell? Do we know who we are in these ways? I'm gonna just tell y'all this. If you are in a real life situation and a person approaches you after an aggressive conversation, get yourself in a position in which you can defend yourself properly. So don't stay in a position that doesn't give you any advantage but put you at a disadvantage. Don't ever do that. see people picking and choosing, you know? So if I'm going to approach you in an aggressive manner, then I should stay that way. Or else you look bad. That shit look corny. That shit don't look good for men. Because it's like, damn, is there a low-level threat of violence between men for real? But that's the word. We pump faking. We half stepping. That shit take away from our strength, our bravado, when we don't know how this shit's supposed to go. So this is a thing that I just been trying to process, man. Don't sleep on nobody. And be ready. Be ready as you can. The man says he got cheated on, and you tell him he's the reason why he got cheated on because she didn't feel like she was getting enough emotional support from him, and you justify him getting cheated on.
And like I said, that's unfortunate. But the person that he got
cheated on, you would have been like, "Girl, that nigga ain't shit."
No, so first of all, you don't know me, so you don't know what I would have said. I would have asked, well, what happened? What did you do? What did he do? I would try to get the full story. But to just go on this I hate women train, I'm not about to do that. Like I said, give us the full details. But to just act like everything was just shine the rainbow, sorry, Uno, but it's more to it.
Right.
So I just want you to realize real quick, she was emotionally deprived, and you think
then she entered a relationship with him.
But no, you can't add that speculation on. What we do know, based on what he shared, and somehow you're saying he emotionally deprived her. You think that correlates?
Because before she probably sexually had that experience with that man, she probably emotionally attached herself to him.
Why would you think that?
Because as y'all like to just say that women just go and just be loose and just have sex.
You do. Remember we had the conversation.
But the majority of women, they are going to emotionally, the majority of women going to emotionally attach themselves to a man.
How?
And then have the intercourse.
How do you know that?
Because I know. The same way y'all know. The same way that y'all know everything that y'all done talked about.
No, what I'm saying is, how do you know that, and how can you justify that based on women's behavior?
Because it's statistics. Somebody do the research.
If she has a dream about me cheating, am I at fault now?
You did that shit.
You did that shit, nigga. You did that shit in your past life, man.
Damn, boy. So he got hit with a honey bun and it's his fault. Okay.
That's like a boomerang.
I mean, I don't know his situation. How much would you say yes or no?
Well, she let another man put his penis in her vagina. He didn't ask her to do it. She just went and did it because or whatever.
So, I mean, I don't know how necessarily it's his fault unless he, maybe he's seen the signs and just chose to ignore them. But other than that, like, I'm pretty sure you left after you found out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he did the right thing.
Stepping away from it. So, is that an assurance for a partner? Is that an option as well? Like,
fellas,
like open book?
Yeah, I got you. Real quick. Hey, fellas, if you dealing with a woman and she call you a partner, get up out of there. Okay. Yeah, let me see. Let me log in that joint whenever I feel like it. Yeah, I think that will work for sure. Yo, that accountability helps people too. If you know somebody else is looking at this shit, like how you reply, what you reply to, the bullshit, right? So like, for instance, this might be risky. Callie and I can see it, and my wife can see it. Now, I don't even really look at it that much because I know that they be looking at it. But also, bullshit get flushed. You know what I'm saying? It like take a weight off you, Right? Because temptation killed the cat. Pun intended.
I don't even have a lock on my phone. You can pick up my phone at any moment and go in there looking and see text messages and all of that shit.
Don't get a password. You say delete it. It's gonna be deleted.
You mentioned that one of the problems was that you have so much access on social media. Like some people can message you, DM, your DMs popping. Him looking at it, is that going to satisfy him that it's confirmed now, or is he just trying to confirm whether or not you're responding back and cheating?
The con to that is that he gonna read all that shit the wrong way for sure.
Every time.
As he should. It ain't never all good.
I was just going to say something to the effect of, in terms of social media, although primarily I do it for content creation, if my man had an issue with it, I was at it, no questions asked, because I've actually been there, done that.
It calls for strokes. Like somebody will punch you in your shit for talking too much and talking crazy.
It's sad in the Bible.
No, it doesn't say that in the Bible. That also equates to...
I knew it. A fool lips enter into contention and his mouth calleth for strokes. Proverbs 18:6.
Okay.
Because I read this shit. I'm just saying
I
about...
did too, 5,000 times.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is... Well, you didn't know that was in there, right?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out.
So...
Yeah, Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dance and jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dance and jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Okay.
Perfect. Run! It's a stampede! DJ HAMP the stampede. DJ HAMP the stampede.
Yo. Check.
Yeah, I did that.
Oh, it's good. You see it, man. Salute to the I'm M hat. Damn, I got some shit on my shit. Salute the Bub, man. DirectionCYOP.com. Get the latest merch, including the hat. I got the shirt too. I gotta make sure I'm doing that shit on here again shortly. Poppin'. Like, share, subscribe, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Everybody feeling, man. Salute to everybody in the building so far. We got 70 people in the building. We only got 26 likes, man. Please hit the like button if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see you in the chat real quick so we can get it popping, man. Salute. Little Rock was popping. Dooch in the building. What's good, kid? Miss Bells, I see you. Lee was popping. Black King in the building. What up, Ock? Good to see you. Riri was popping. American Tradesman, salute. Saw it in the building, putting in work. That's always a blessing. My brother Quincy was good. Hope all is well. E-Dub in the building. L.I. in the building was popping. Rock Solid was good, my G. Grape T was popping, kid. Good to see you. O'Shea, OG O'Shea in the building was shaking. Hope all is well, man. Aaliyah was popping. Sporty's in the building. Chaotic Clubhouse, man. Mufasa gave some hell of an edification on Iran yesterday morning, man. So please go tap in with them brothers, man. They over there doing the right thing, man. Mahogany was goody. Hope all is well, man. Good to see you. Nightbot behaving. That's always a blessing. My brother Corey. coming in on the right type of energy with the $5 super chat. Says salute, Hamp was popping. Reese, what's good, King? Good to see you, man. D Majesty in the building. VZ, what up, man? I ain't see you in a couple days. Hope all is well. You hurt? Let me see. Boot Camp, what up? Been a little minute too. Pure Haze, hi Haze, what's good? What's popping? Welcome. GA in the building. What's good, my boy? Osala, what's popping? Good to see you, man. Trinell in the building. Salute, man. Hit the like button, man. Mr. Williams was shaking. Hope all is well. Nay in the building. Nay, what up? Queen T, of course. Salute. John, what's good, my G? Yo, John, we putting something together. I remember the last time you said you might be interested in getting in the ring. You know what I'm saying? With a friendly spar and all that. Let me know, man. Key, what's good, my boy? Good to see you, man. Yeah, man. I think we got some shit brewing pending for June, man. With June, we might have to lock it back in. This might be risky for, man. You know what I mean?
It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede. DJ Ham the Stampede.
Told y'all, man, I had to bring Rocky to the doctors this morning, but, you know, I said 11 o'clock. We on time, man. You know what I mean? Let me see. Let me do one thing real quick. Hit the like button. Rock, what's good? What? Where? I didn't even see you. Mo Business was good, man. Salute. I didn't even see you. Let me see. Did I get everybody with the shout outs? You know what I mean? Hit the like button, man. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. One more time for the hood.
Yeah. Sparky. Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ Ham about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing, jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ Hamp, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ Hamp, it's time to start the show.
Sharda was popping.
Yeah.
Josh was popping. Salute to Miss Watson also in the building. Boom! Hit the like button, man. Let's get it popping, man. Sherelle will be here in a minute. But let's walk this down. Let's walk this shit down, man. AC, what up? AC, yo, I want to say this, man. I was thinking about this like a couple days ago. You be having I say like people, I think most of the people in the chat be listening decently well. I say that AC, you be like, I think you be getting the premise of most of what we trying to cover that day. You know what I'm saying? When I be looking at you chat, it's like you understand the concept that's being explored that day. And you seemingly are most often able to be objective during the conversation. I just see that in your chat, so I wanted to say that out loud because I was thinking of it. I was thinking of it like last week or something, you know? So, salute. Corey was popping. He said, Hamp, do you F with the 4-2-5 defense? Yeah, I like the 4-2-5, man. I think with the iteration of the tight end that exists, you know, and the running backs being able to catch the ball and seemingly split out, I think having those safeties that can do more, but they're better than the nickel in the run, obviously. And you have to have a safety that can roll down over the tight end to an extent if you in that 4-2-5 and you run an under front, you know? So I think I like it. Yeah, at the school I was coaching at, Flowers High School, we ran a 4-2-5, and we had a safety who could do pretty much everything, which gave us an advantage. We also had 63 sacks in one season. So the D line, just to give you a context of how good the D line was, and how if you don't double those guys, you're not gonna make it. So the safeties were able to free flow. If your D line ain't dominant, those safeties gonna be hard for them to take on those guards and those fullbacks. You know what I'm saying? But I like the 4-2-5 though. I do like the 4-2-5 for sure, with the right safeties. But it takes more. Eric Ishmael was popping. Salute, salute, salute. What's good, King? Yo, Black King was popping. Rock, what up? Let's get it, man. Salute, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. So, let's get down to business, man. It's good to see y'all. I had to start the show at 11, just had to take Rock to the doctor, but we are here, man. Salute, salute, salute. Let me see. I get my shit together on this shit too, man. Let me see. Camera. Yo, what's good?
Good morning.
Poppin'.
Feeling grateful, feeling blessed,
You feeling late?
What are you talking?
Nah, I let them know I'd be late, man.
Oh, so if you let them know you're late, then you're not late.
That's correct. Yep, we had to change the time. My nigga Rock had to go to the doctor.
Big Rocky, not the little one.
Rocky, you know what I mean? Mrs. Locks, what's up? Oh, Mrs. Locks, good to see you. I almost took that wrench. I ain't see you in a week. So salute to that, boy. Whew. Oh, man, speaking of wrenches, man. Salute to CC, man. Worst moderator in the game. Top 3 best supporters ever, though. Damn, man. What's up, bro? What's goody?
What's up, man? I'm good.
Yeah, man. Salute, 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 man. How you feeling?
Feel good. Feeling blessed.
Hanging in there?
No, I feel good.
Word?
Hanging in there is bad.
Why you on the good side today?
I'm good. I'm grateful. I'm blessed. Things just work in my favor. Just everything life is good.
That's what's up, man. Orchid, what's
poppin'? My daddy's Sunday,
How he doing, his old ass?
He doing good.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up, man.
He gonna say, good, I'm getting old. I told him he was old because he don't have no sense of direction. He said, good, I'm getting old because a lot of people ain't getting old.
That's true. It beat the alternative, man. Mm-hmm. He pushing them daisies up, God bless his dad. Yeah. DJ Smoke, what up? All right, man, what we doing, man? Collateral damage, I had a concept, and it does literally fall right into this. You know what I'm saying? And I was looking at a few different clips, about the collateral damage of actions, choices, responsibility, lack thereof, even words. What is the collateral damage to all those things, man? Talk your shit. What you think?
So yeah, as we've been seeing the results of things, you notice when we talk about certain issues, if it doesn't apply to us, we kind of get the question of why y'all care? Why y'all worried about it? Why y'all care kids born out of wedlock? Why you worrying about if somebody not doing what they supposed to do? Why you worrying about it? But it's the collateral damage, right? So all it does is take a group of selfish individuals to make selfish decisions, right? And collateral damage, of course, is not for the untargeted people to be hurt, but that's what's happening. If you have war, you have to understand that the environment that you're warring in will be tarnished. We've seen superhero movies. They saved the world and the whole world blew up, all the buildings is on fire. So I just feel like it's that a lot of what we see today is just collateral damages from decisions, either uninformed or intentional decisions made by groups of selfish people.
Okay, what do those people look like?
Black people have collateral damage.
Black people are collateral damage? Black people have caused collateral damage, or black people have collateral damage?
Okay, black people cause collateral damage, and we have collateral damage. Let me tell you the difference. Black people intentionally being selfish or trying to overcome circumstances they were put in, unintentionally caused, like the girl who thinks that I can have a baby out of wedlock in this neighborhood, she doesn't have the concept that my kid will grow up and die, or my kid will grow up and gangbang. Everybody thinks that they are the exception to the rule. So what the black community is dealing with is collateral damage.
Okay, interestingly
White people don't have collateral damage.
Okay. Well, why? Why don't they have collateral damage?
Because they have intentions to destroy generationally. Right? So the white man, when he does his destruction, he doesn't want to just target one generation of black people. He sits at a round table and understands that when I destroy the grandpa, I'll make sure I destroy the grandpa and implement enough damage there that it'll affect the great grandkids.
So you're saying that his collateral, it's not collateral damage, it's intentional.
It's intentional.
So you're saying that the powers that be it the white man, he knows that this is going to have implications, future implications, and be chronic as opposed to acute. And so that's his so that makes sense. It's supposed to happen.
Yes.
The kids aren't collateral, they are targeted.
Yes.
Okay, because he knows by proxy of doing X, Y is going to happen.
Definitely.
And already to keep them in a perpetual state, I have to do this like that.
Yes. So the trap is made first, and then the choice to pick the cheese is what we deal with, right? That we're unaware of what going for the cheese does, but they already know because they set the trap before they put the cheese down.
And so you're saying, so we're causing destruction, but it's not intentional. So whoever gets hurt is collaterally damaged.
Yeah.
So, okay. So what does that make that person? So let's talk about this, right? Because it's right there right now based on what you said. You see? They're saying, and you've heard this, the sentiment is that the women in our community are the greatest weapon that the white man has to offer. Is that just a benign statement, or does it just further the point? Or like, how do you use people like cheese, or people like rats, or how do you keep that a person in perpetual manipulation to that degree? At what point does a person become manipulated, have to look in a mirror, or do they become complicit? If you even agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I think they're being the strings are being pulled on them just like it's being pulled on anyone else, right? I don't think that you throw a bomb and only the women get affected by it. I think everybody gets affected by the weapons formed against us, right? So within that, this is the first time I think black people are able to really have these conversations. I know we get sick of them, but people say, oh, we don't want to have the conversations anymore. It's old as dead. But this is actually the first time in history where we're able to share information and actually work out these things. So this is the generation of information where we'll be able to start making informed decisions. Before that, we didn't have the opportunities. So let me give you a perfect example.
What generation?
Generation X. I mean, well, the lower, like the younger Generation X down to the millennials.
So you're saying 1995?
What?
Like when we had access to information. Like when is this period where we are in the dark?
Yeah, so like the internet, basically, when we start to be able to get on the internet.
So 95, 96. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I can say is we can talk about collateral damages of crack, right?
Yes.
And we could talk about people eating the cheese by selling crack, doing crack, right?
Yes.
Okay, but do you understand that they disenfranchised the black neighborhood? They shut down factories. They created poverty-stricken areas that they knew would have to take the bait to be able to get things, right?
Yes.
So within this is saying that, hey, if we take all the resources from here, they will have we will leave them basically with no choice.
Choice to what?
To do whatever they can just to survive.
The obvious pushback is this drug dealing shit that we had to do to survive, or having to strip to pay tuition is bullshit.
Yeah, but we say that because we never been through it, right? So it's so easy to tell people what was bullshit when we don't have those shoes to walk in.
But it can't be feeling based though. It has to be factually based. So what you
What
I
could say is.
Well, what I'm saying is what I'm saying is this, Sherelle. Yeah. What I'm saying is, you can say you had to go outside, right, to pay a bill or to do this and the third, but you look at the return on investment or ROI, right, mm-hmm. and the margins are extremely low. So I don't even know if it pans out just financially speaking when we're saying these things. Yeah,
because we're able now to see the bigger picture of things. Okay. And we're seeing that it doesn't pan out. But people in the moment don't get to see it, right? It's the boys in the hood effect. We have every excuse for Ricky not to get shot. Ricky don't know that. Ricky don't know to duck. Ricky don't know to cut the corner. Ricky don't know that. Ricky just got to get shot every single time. We can't tell, hey, Mitch, don't go meet up with this nigga. He gonna rob you for the bricks. We seen the movie, but that's not his POV. People only can know what they know.
Okay.
So people are creating a set of circumstances. I need to fund a war, and I know how to fund this war. Somebody sat at a round table and understood that they're going to disenfranchise this community so that they can fund this war. People with intelligence.
Wait, well, why did Ricky start talking shit to niggas knowing he wasn't a gangster?
Because he a man.
Nah, Ricky could have got up out of there. But when his brother came, he started talking tough.
Because he a man. It's the bravado, it's the pride of it all. The ego, the pride. You know what I'm saying? People have their manhoods, and when they feel like they in an environment where they can't be touched, they gonna act accordingly.
Okay. So, because I don't want to move too far off the plot, right? So, go ahead. Were you making a point before I asked that question?
Oh no, that's the point. It's just that a lot of these situations are cheese traps, right? And now people are trying to have the conversations where we're really still understanding, and we're still falling for debate, right? Which even within the information, with the who voting for who, when you don't want to listen to people who don't have your best interest at heart, right? But if they're telling you the truth, or you still need to listen. So recently we just had this with the Trump administration making promises that they're not keeping, or nobody's reading the small print of the situations. But the people who wrote the small print, they understood what's going to happen.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? What is the point? Because what we're seeing is us having the information and still perpetuating the behavior. You could argue, based on what's forecasted, that we've been doing worse with more information. The propaganda has gotten louder because of social media and the internet, and we still continue the modus operandi. Are the kids collateral damage anymore? Does the collateral damage exist, or is this intentful, or are we so apathetic to what we cause to each other that it doesn't matter if it's collateral damage or not? You see what I'm saying? Like, is it still qualified as collateral damage? Have we improved on anything?
I think all kids are collateral damage just because kids can't control how they come into the world, right? And you only can know what you're taught. So it's just a bunch of misinformed people. As much as we want to believe common sense is common, it's just not that common. I think we learn that every day because we're adults right now, and a lot of us can get on panels and we're well in our 30s and our 40s, and we're still misinformed on information we thought was very common for people to have.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, Sherelle, that we're still doing the same things. It's because we are choosing to. I don't think people are misinformed. I think that they lean on their presupposition.
I definitely think we get into a point where people are making choices, and I think that's where the shaming feels necessary now. Is that no, we hear and we didn't talk about this until we blew in the face, and you're still not accepting the reality of things. That's when we can confirmly say who's making decisions, who's making choices not to do better. This is why this is the separation. Because it's no longer, we can't see it. We can hear people talk, we can see how people move it, and we can move away from that accordingly. And that's how you build. That's how you remove the cancer cells, because you let them expose it. Hey, this is what we're trying to do in the body. Cancer cells will stay cancerous. It doesn't matter what the body is trying to fight off. So when the doctors go inside your body and they see the cells that's doing good, and they see, it's so easy to see which cells are cancerous. This is what we need to hit with radiation.
Okay.
Right?
Now bring it, but so that's the thing. Like, so what are we? So what part are we? Are we the doctor? Are we the cells?
We're the cells right now, right? And you have your leaders, you have people who may reach doctor status, because we'll never have a society of doctors, right? So there's people who are actually doing the research. There's actually people who are doing the cognitive thinking and observations to see what the issues are. Those would be the doctors, right? And as they bring awareness to the body is the community of people. When they bring awareness to the body and they start to direct the body, the good people and the people who want to make sound decisions start making smarter decisions, but the cancer stays cancerous. And even though some of the cancer cells may be collateral damage because they didn't know things, so they already got their life in shambles, it doesn't matter, because if you allow cancer to stay inside the body, it will continue to affect the other cells.
But why? But that means that white people can have collateral damage then.
How?
Well, because like you said, there's things that are happening. The people at the top are making decisions, right? Understanding the fallout. There's still fallout. There's still people who get hit who aren't doing anything wrong. Because you take that and you bring it back, right? So if we're choosing to have kids because kids give us access to programs, right? And that's been perpetuated generation after generation. And we're saying if I'm intending to do something, right, then by proxy there's no collateral damage. I just can't give the benefit of the doubt that it's been generation after generation, kid after kid, and they're saying they don't know what this does or the outcomes. I just think that's disingenuous. You see? Because if kids are always collateral damage, it matters not the race.
Yeah, I think it's just predisposition within them, but just it's in their epigenetics to be who they are. Like, but what I can say is that most people don't see a pathway out of conditions that they were born in, right? So, of course, if you saw a way out, or if you wasn't born in a particular set of conditions, then because you understand different ways of life, then you can easily be like, well, they're making decisions, but that's the only way of life they understand. That if they're in tradition, right? Even if the tradition is a negative tradition, people are upholding the traditions of what they know. Because they feel like, okay, this is our piece of the pie. We getting over on the government. We don't have to pay rent. We can do this. We can do this. This is how you cheat the system, right? It's the same way. Whereas
it's intentional, though.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, though. See, the collateral damage argument, I like it. However, it seems to be an exonerating argument, though. Right? So we said the white people who are in power making these decisions, they don't get to claim collateral damage because they understand the outcomes. We're saying we've been perpetuating a behavior over and over and over at that point it is very intentional. You know, one kid yields this, two will yield X, three, so on and so forth. So you're making those decisions with the intent, right? You're doing it on purpose. I can't give you the exoneration argument because you're not ignorant to it.
Yeah, but if you see that people are having less kids, or people are no longer, they lowered the teen pregnancy rate dramatically. That's what I'm saying, right?
Dramatically.
And people are waiting, later to have kids where they're more prepared and things like that. Then you see the progress of the people who are now informed making better decisions. Yes, you will still have the people who can't say collateral damage because they're aware and still making the same decisions, but that's just where the separation comes. But you see the progress.
Well, but the thing is, I think the key factor that people try to determine good kid, bad kid is based on the situation in which they're born in. So people are, we're having kids because it usually goes by the women just because obviously they pop the kid out. You know what I mean? So we have kids at the youngest point still. And we don't have money when we're younger. And we're not married when we're younger. So even though they're not teens, they're 25 with no money, no marriages, same circumstances. You see? So
yeah, I still think that that's progress from having kids in school.
I would argue there's more structure in school, damn near. Yeah, I mean, just think about it. Like, you have an obligation to do something. These people are out, and I'm saying the outcomes aren't different. It's just that the kids are had a little bit older age, but the resources aren't there. The family isn't there in terms of the construct, and the circumstances are the same. So if I wait 10 years to be in the same place, same house I grew up in, I mean, I don't see a difference, except for my mom is older, so she can help me less.
Yeah, I don't think that it is. I don't think that that's what we see. I think that
I'm saying
people who are having kids, because right now it's saying that women in their upper 30s to 40s are having more kids than the 20-year-olds.
No, they're not having more kids. They're having more kids than before for people who are 40 and up. But the kids are born. The first time our women are having their kid is around 25 on average. But there's more kids being born when we're older as well. Yes, but those two aren't mutually exclusive.
I think they are mutually exclusive, because I think that's just people waiting until they're established so that they can be able to bring kids into a more stable environment.
Well, if it was mutually exclusive, we would see a skew. The overwhelming majority of kids are being born at 25, 26 for us.
Yeah, but if you didn't see something if you saw something wasn't happening at all, and now that's happening, that's still progress, right? So I don't think that the moment that you tell people...
That's what I'm saying, Sherelle. The construct and the money has to matter too, though. Right? So those things aren't actually in place. Like, the money isn't there, right? Because of the average amount of money we're making, and we're not married. So older, I guess I understand your argument, but can we substantiate it? So are people having kids younger and older? Or are they only having kids older? And do they have the finances, resources, and marital construct to back it up?
They're having the finances. It's not a lot of marriages just in general. People are rather shack up than to be married. But yeah, the finances are totally different. If you look at what the average salary is for a 25-year-old, it is vastly different for a 35-year-old. The 25-year-old black people are not making money, and that's on the male gender and female gender. When we start talking about the average black person is making $50K, we are not talking about 20-year-olds at all.
Okay. So you're saying, yeah, obviously when we do the average, most of those people are probably 40 that are at the very least making that little bit of money, 48, 50,000, now I don't give a lot of credence to the shacking up thing. I'm not going to lie. We just don't see our things constructed well. And I guess if they're shacking up and the father's supposed to make that much of a difference, the kids still can't read. the kids still aren't doing well. And we see from dual parents household, kids are doing better. So I would substantiate my argument, pushing back against the shacking argument, because the kids that are coming from, on paper, single parent led homes aren't doing well. The kids that are coming on paper from dual parent homes, meaning marriage, are doing better. So the shacking argument is more of a sentiment or a speculation. I don't know if we can prove it if we use the kids specifically.
Yeah, but what is it with the kids aren't doing well?
They can't read.
What's the majority? What percentage of kids can't read?
There was the 40. When I looked up the study, it was for the fourth graders, and they were reading under, I think it was under 40% proficiency. And the Latino kids, where English was their second language in their household, they were reading at 10 points higher than black kids.
But Latino kids have help, so like there's special teachers there that read for them. If you've ever been in school with Latino kids, they're not in gen pop.
I ain't taking nothing away from them. I'm saying when they took the test, they scored at 10 points higher than black American kids, and they speak English in their households.
And I'm telling you that they have ASL teachers reading them their tests. They're reading them their English tests.
I don't know. When I sat with the teachers, they didn't make that excuse.
In my school, they definitely down here. We definitely have teachers for the Spanish kids. Just like we have teachers for like the delayed kids, like 504 programs. If your kids are not that smart, they don't test with general population. They put them in classrooms where there's a teacher that assists them in reading and testing.
Yeah, I just, when I was sitting with the teachers, so specifically it was 4 teachers on the panel, 3 of which were active. 1 has a doctoral degree, and they weren't implementing that as a reason why. They acknowledged that our kids aren't reading proficiently because what they need on the test isn't being reinforced in the home. And so
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay. Yeah. So it just, and I'm not trying to harp or stay right there, but what I'm mentioning that for is because when you see kids with dual parent homes, you see better reading levels. And if we're saying people are just shacking up, I don't believe it, because the kids that come from, on paper, single parent led homes can't read for shit.
So how do you know? How are they breaking it down on what kids are shacking up kids and what kids are just single kids? Or are the kids who come from 2-parent homes where there's no legal marriages doing just as bad as the kids who are coming from single parent homes where there's no other parent?
That's what I'm speculating, just because we can't prove this shacking up thing. I'm saying if the kids are being double teamed by the parents, then I think we would see an uptick. But I think this shacking up shit is a trope.
But that's saying that the majority of the parents are involved with each other, huh?
Say again?
They're saying that the majority of these parents are involved with each other.
Who said that?
That's what they're saying, like black men are the most involved, right?
I think, and I when I talked to Media Man about it, I don't know if there's another one, but it said out of the I guess they surveyed a bunch of women who those women said that black men were the most involved.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know.
So within the construct of who do, like, I think me and Shad, I always ask Shad, it's like, what image of black people? Because when we're talking about progression,
real quick, Riley, this is what I was trying to articulate, right? And salute to Tiff, because Tiff was on the panel. Matter of fact, yeah. And this is not super, so this is not a thing I usually do, but she says they took the family dynamic stats versus the results. The 2-parent married homes yielded better results academically. Yeah. That's what I was saying, right? Like, if you got those 2 parents there, if people are just shacking up, we would see a yield, but we didn't see it.
Okay, so you're saying like the people who are going into more legitimate marriages, that would be the perfect outcome, not just the father being around, not just the parents being in the same household.
Yeah, that's what, because I've been hearing that more and more. Hey, we're not doing the marriage thing, we just shacking up. And I'm thinking, okay, the two parents, regardless of the paperwork, should be able to yield greater results, but we're not seeing it. That's all. That's why I'm questioning if there's actually two parents.
And was this study just done on black people, or this was a Gen Pop study?
Yeah, because they had the Latino comparison, white comparison. It was done from the school of Cambridge, out of Massachusetts.
Right. So are the black kids who come from two-parent homes performing like the single mother kids?
Better.
Or better?
They're performing better. That's what Tiff was citing.
Or is the stats showing that married white kids from married homes are doing better than everybody?
Oh, okay.
Is that
I see what you're saying. I'm trying to recollect. Tiff, do you understand the question? Maybe we could drop the link so Tiff can come up. And again, I don't know if we have to get caught up here, but I think it does speak to collateral damage from decisions, right? Mm-hmm. And the fact that we have a substantive conversation regarding how good or not the kids are doing is proof positive for the collateral damage. You see what I'm saying? We can have a whole conversation about this for the next 30 minutes about how bad or good the kids can read and from what construct, you know? The fact that the construct is in question that's a decision that was made that now affects the kids positively or negatively, which is collateral, right? Which is the residual effects of actions.
No, yeah, because I think it's a lot that goes into that. If we understand that where predominantly black schools are, mm-hmm. we understand that those schools are underfunded in the first place, right? Mm-hmm. So you don't necessarily hear a lot of black people saying, oh, I moved to a better neighborhood to go to better schools. It's typically, hey, we live around this neighborhood, we'll put our children on this one app and we'll send them to whatever school lottery picks them. But are people actually doing the research to make sure that my children live in a neighborhood where they'll have access to a school with a good education system?
Emphatically
because
not.
Budget cuts are hitting the black schools.
You don't even
far worse than this school.
Let's stay right there, right? Let's just stay right there. The school, whatever, picking a school, lottery, all that, right? Us as grown adults that can have children, can have, right? Affect children, right? Speak to children, buy them ice cream at the ice cream truck. Right?
Why you keep saying that?
Because it's funny. This part, right? What do we care about? Do we as black Americans care about education? Do we care about how our communities look and feel? Do we care about cleaning up our communities? What do we uphold as important that then has a residual effects on the people that come after us or on the community itself in real time?
Yeah, I would say as a whole we don't, because even when we're talking about like this education thing with black women. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm back.
You good?
The majority of black women don't have degrees. So what we're talking about is still a minority group of people who are getting the degrees. So at education, just degrees and things like that, the majority of black people don't have them. So the majority of black people in general are not prioritizing the degrees, right? So when we're talking about the degrees, the stats are showing that the educated people are getting married. The educated people's children are having better outcomes, right? But so when we say things like, how are you the most educated, but the kids aren't developed? Because the majority of the kids are had by the undereducated. The non-educated black people are having the majority of the kids, right? So if they're not focused on education themselves, it's more than likely that they won't instill that into their children.
Okay. So let's talk about this, right? Because I know we're talking about the community. Is it necessary or needed to parse out based on gender, or is it all the same? Like every category. So if we talk about dangerous neighborhoods, right? Do we say black people or do we say black men? When we talk about how inept the kids are, do we say black people or do we say black women? When we talk about overrepresentation in social services, right? Do we say black people? You see, because if it's people, well, this is real quick. If it's people, it's people, right? I'm not tripping, but I'm saying to get further faster, we have to pinpoint. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's people when it comes to education, so it's going to go point by point because the majority of black people don't have education. But if we're going to say the most educated, it would be the men and the children. The women are the most educated within the black community. When we're talking about social services, that would be women. When we're talking about crime in the community, that would be men. But when we're talking about people who are raising children, the onus is on both parents. It's not just, hey, this hood rat is having a kid. It's the man who impregnates the hood rat. He's just as culpable as the woman that he's selecting to carry his seeds. Okay. Just as she's culpable of who she's allowing to ejaculate in her.
Okay. All right. So that's fair. So now, how about this, right? We talked about this. How they were even telling black women in that study, focus on your education, not on your relationships, your intimate relationships, right? Remember? What is the collateral damage of that trope, or the trope of get your education, don't depend on no man, don't end up like me from grandma, right? You know, that's the sentiment that was shared. What is the collateral damage of that? What does that do to potential relationships?
It makes them better. It's not collateral damage.
Okay.
Because we understand that the people who are having educated, the people who are going to get their educations first and prioritizing that are in better processing of selecting mates, right? So the uneducated people will sleep with anybody. Poor people, uneducated people, they're having sex with anybody, and they're literally breeding a bottom feeder class. So them trying to prioritize sex in relationships early without actually trying to prioritize stability in life. The people who are prioritizing education are prioritizing stability, and they're saying, hey, once you get stable and you get around better environments, you select your mate from here. But if you live in the hood, don't come selecting your mate hoping that you're going to make it out the hood, finding a mate in the hood. Try to make it out of this situation. Get yourself around more middle-class black people, and those are the people that you will want to build with and have kids with.
So here's the thing. I understand the response. I think it's a substantive one. Let me say that. Ain't nothing free. Being outside that long, because chastity isn't one of the main goals, right? So you outside that long, you know, kind of just dating, mingling, going through school, right? I think now this is a speculation. I don't know if you know speculation. I think it's substantial, right? School, college, those environments breed promiscuity too, right? And I just wonder.
Yeah, you know that from experience. So I would say, like, from what I've been hearing from y'all, yeah.
So what's the collateral on that? You know, because when you wait longer to have a substantive relationship, what happens to those relationships? I would argue that this contributes to divorce rates, and, you know, it's just so much. I'm not saying it's an easy equation, right? But I think we have to do a better job of trying to solve it. We can't just keep saying it is what it is about. Not saying you said. I'm saying we can't say it is what it is. It is what it is. You should wait for this. It is what, you know, because we've fallen apart.
Yeah, so I would say top whoredom is top 3 reasons. Whoredom is a top 3 reason that the black community is in shambles. Whoredom is going to lead you to horrible outcomes, right? But so when it's coming now, it's what whores do we feel like will do better at raising the kid? Is it the whore that has to be on social programming who lives in the worst parts of the community, or is the whore with the education who can live in a better community where she can serve her kids better to go to the school? Because we're dealing with whores having these kids. Right? So do you want the whore off the street who's having the kids young in horrible environments? Or do you want the whore who at least has her degree and she makes a decent income and her kids live in a gated community or a subdivision?
Yeah. You see my text? Saying yeah. Also, damn. Hold on. So at least get the whore with education.
Get the whore with the education and the money and the stability, because they're whores, right? We've chosen whoredom. It's an over-sexualization market. This is what we do, right? So it's just saying you got to pick your poison. A lot of the times within the community, you have to pick your poison. So we have to get the whores who can give their children stable ground. Some white girls go to school and be whores too. Niggas just marry they whores.
Jesus Christ. Gotta help us meet the goal. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. But yeah, they said choose your. The ladies were saying on the POV, choose your cheater. Choose your hoe. Same shit.
You gotta choose your whore, right? Me and shout out to Ed. You know Ed, ugly Ed.
I know Ed, yes.
So Ed was like, because you know there's this famous porn star getting married, Tiana Trump, and he was like, well, yeah, just because she's a whore, she's a woman. She's a woman. So what? A whore is a woman.
Tiana Trump is getting married?
Yeah, to a millionaire too.
Wow.
I think he's a soccer player or a basketball. He plays one of those sports. But he was saying she knows how to please a man. Whores have qualities where they know how to get in front of men. They know how to perform. They know how to make a man happy. They know how to sustain him. So yeah, it would make sense for the man to choose the whore.
And when we were aiming to be better.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, I was saying that like it's the whores have other attributes as well, right? So within that, it's just like we need more educated hoes, we need more stable hoes, we need more hoes with their shit together because we understand that the social economic class is going to have a big determination on the progression of your kids.
Collateral damage. Let's do this real quick. Corey was popping with the $2. Says, we love educated 304s. So they said he left Tiana Trump.
Okay. I don't really keep up with the files, but somebody did tell me she was getting married.
Okay. The collateral damage that we've created. And I think you can do things intentionally and still have collateral damage from it, right? Because the collateral damage is the thing that happens outside of you. You know? Promiscuity, right? So that includes the kids. Promiscuity, the lack of relationships, not even over under, just up there. Would you say lack of relationships, lack of education, lack of proper prescriptions? So like what we deem important, you know, like education doesn't seem to be very high on our totem pole. Loyalty. We had a conversation yesterday about good business and bad business. And it was so many people in the chat, which is predominantly black, saying, yo, that's what he get. He should have read the contract, you know? Because that's how it always been done. It is what it is, right? But I'm saying you're using prescriptions from people who had that luxury. From prescriptions from people who are profane, right? And now you're saying, well, that's how they did it, so that's how we do it. You got to read the contract. What about not taking advantage of each other?
Oh, well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm always saying, right? It's just that we always have an aha for the person that's getting got over, and we expect them to have a crystal ball on who they should have trusted and things like that. But people don't. But it's not a lot of ostracization for, hey, this man has robbed 25 people, and then you're trying to figure out, well, why did you have your chain on around him? Like, nigga, he's a robber. We can't address this nigga being a robber. We're gonna keep on talking about who he's robbing and what they could have done better to not be robbed.
Yeah.
So it's just like it's a lot of scamming. It's a lot of con artistry. It's a lot of getting over on people. Even when y'all say stuff like, when a man complaining about a woman and we say shit like, well, she didn't really like you, bro. Why the fuck are you with a man you don't really like? So we're gonna keep on making him try to figure out why would a woman who's sucking and fucking him and being with him all the time and sitting around soaking up his resources don't like him? Like, no, are we gonna try to figure out the modus operandi of why would you be around somebody you don't like? Why would you be in a relationship with somebody you don't like? Why are you having kids for people you quote unquote don't like? Why the fuck we have to do mental gymnastics when you could just be an intentional, honest person and remove yourself from people instead of taking advantage of them? Well, we have a big problem with wanting to take advantage of people, and then the moment that once people get taken advantage of, everybody's willing to point the finger out. Ha ha! You should have been smarter. You got taken advantage of. What? Because now you're just about to breed another nigga who feel like, you know what? If it's always gonna be on me, I'm gonna be the person taking advantage of people. I'm no longer gonna be the person getting taken advantage of.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. Let me put out a couple extreme prescriptions. Desperate times calls for desperate measures, right? You can only vote if you married heterosexually. No more my body, my choice.
That means pro-choice.
In consensual circumstance, you see. Let me just go ahead and acknowledge the rape and molestation, right? I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about consensual, right? I can't hear you for some reason.
Wait, you can hear me now?
Yes.
I was saying, are you just talking about the pro-life, pro-choice thing? Or are you talking about how we dress, how we carry ourselves,
I'm talking about the baby part. The baby part.
Okay, the baby part. Okay.
Yeah. Remove my body, my choice. Consensual relationships, right? Let me just say that so we don't got to get stuck on, Right? And yeah, let me clarify. Thank you, Josh. I left that part out. That house gets one vote.
Okay.
You see? One pot. One pot. Yep. That family, everybody money together. Right? In the marriage. You divorce for cause. Okay? Not just no fault. For fault divorce.
Okay, so remove a no fault divorce.
And everybody leave what they came with. And the kids are split 50-50. Not like a magic trick, like you saw them in half, but you get to see them.
I say, yeah, you got to worry about it after that. Mm-hmm.
What you think? Is it extreme, or you think it would be helpful? Because it's almost like you have to prescribe things for people. Also, parents get in trouble when their kids get in trouble.
Yeah, I just saw that happen in Atlanta, actually.
I'm bugging?
No, you're not bugging to me, right? But we're talking about Gen Pop, yes, is extreme. I think the most extreme thing you said, of course, is heterosexual marriages.
What?
I think gay people do a lot of lobbying in the political sectors, which is why a lot of their agendas get pushed through. So nobody's even gonna step up to the plate to try to take their rights away.
Okay, I'll concede that. I'll even concede that, right? Regardless of what I know to be the truth, right? I'll concede that, right? Married household, I'll concede that, even though marriage has an exact definition. I'm saying it's orderly.
Yeah.
And
then we're gonna talk about that disenfranchising the black community, right? With marriage being only married couples being able to vote would eradicate the black vote, because the majority of black voters are women, and the majority of black women are not married. So now we're talking about the black vote being obsolete.
So
no more voting. So just no voting in general.
The Asians don't vote for shit. The Asians don't vote, but they got the proper prescriptions to be good, to be successful in a capitalistic society. You see, they think about what's important here, and then they're still successful.
Yeah, but
now also, what's the catalyst to get married? You see,
people are not going to go get married so they can vote.
I don't know.
They're not. They're because then people are still going to feel like, are there suitable people to marry? Because marriage isn't just something that you put together. You know, it's a lifelong commitment, and you're trusting a person with your entire life, money, resources, and all of those things. So black people have commitment issues and trust issues within those areas, so they're not going to run toward that. And then when you're talking about the pro-blackness of it all, right? Because we know that other people don't put pro in front of them. We was working this out, and I told them the reason why people have pro-black movements is because we have anti-blackness in America. A lot of what America is rooted on is anti-blackness and the disenfranchisement of black people. And when we fought and marched and obtained certain civil rights and things like that, we understand that now those things went underground systematically. Now we understand that the KKK still exists, but they wear white hoods, but they're still your judges, police officers, people in corporate offices who are discriminating systematically against black people in a tricky way, right? So now you're talking about the people who keep up with politics, who are in politics, who understand what the common person doesn't understand about politics, who are making strides to implicate things that benefit the black community, but the majority of them are not married. So now you're saying that the people who are on the front grounds, knowing about politics, making changes in that area, will now be obsolete and depleted.
Let me just tell you the truth. They ain't doing nothing. They ain't doing nothing, right, Sherelle? Think about this: the most densely black populated state is Texas. The most out of wedlock children are being had by us, right? And then the abortion rates, based on what they put in front of us, the abortions are also being had by us. And yet that state voted pro-life. Texas. Like, this shit is not real. It's not real. There's so much legislation that we need to have. What do we even hear about? They voted for Kamala, and she was running on a platform of pushing transgenderism for prisons and in bathrooms. That don't help y'all. But y'all voted for it. And I'm saying y'all because women, black, you know what I'm saying? At 80, what was it? 93% voted for her? None of that serves y'all. And I'm just going off the platforms that they run on. You feel me? I know there's a lot more shit in there, but you know, the stuff that we vote, she thought so lowly of y'all. She paraded Megan Thee Stallion out after saying nothing on the podium. That shit is corny, bro. They don't respect y'all. They don't care what y'all saying. What percentage of the House or the Senate are black women? And then every time, what's the lady that just lost? Jasmine.
Oh, Jasmine. Okay.
Yo, the only thing they put in front of us, really, is her acting like some stereotypical black woman. Mm-hmm. We gotta watch the whole session to figure out if she's smart. Because they don't put that in front of you. You see what I'm saying? They put out the salacious, her doing the average, the stereotypical antics.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying, Ham. We're not into politics, right? Okay. We watch for the highlights. Yeah. We're not actually on a boots to ground with that. So I'm saying that part of, like, all of us have our fronts that we fight on. So that militia of black people, because I'm not aware, I'm not saying, hey, let's get rid of that faction. And I can't confirmly say that black people in politics aren't doing absolutely anything for black people.
Yeah,
Right?
this what I'm saying. This what I'm saying, bro. Right? Like even the comments, right? Did you hear what I just said about Jasmine?
Yes.
Right? And let me say it again, right? Because the comments don't even make sense. I'm saying they put out the stuff that makes her look stereotypical. When you watch it, you say, damn, she's sharp. Did I say she wasn't sharp? Did I say she wasn't smart? Right? I'm talking about the respect that they don't have for y'all. You know? But I understand what you're saying, right? So living in black cities, like Washington, D.C. as an example. Washington, D.C. needed to open during COVID, right? I think per capita, you got the most black businesses, right? Needed to open. But Mario Bowser wouldn't fucking do it. I DJ at 20 clubs. 15 of them closed. I don't respect y'all. But I understand your point. You know what? You know what happens, really? And I'm going to bring it all the way down. All right? My bad. I know I'm just thinking. You know what happens? I'm going to bring it all the way down to the baseline. My wife go get a tire. My wife go get a quote. My wife go get anything, right? By herself, the price different than if I show up. The price is different than if I'm there. I take that and I'm willing to speculatively extrapolate that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're a HAMP. So don't.
No, I'm saying I'm just saying the couple like a man, same difference. A man walk into a room, right? Networking, golf court, he got a ring on. People look at him differently, right? Same difference. That's what I'm saying. The respect level changes. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you're saying people respect that. I'm just saying, like, people be out here getting swindled. You know how to negotiate. If you don't know how to negotiate, you're gonna get swindled. But also with the transgender thing or the gay agenda, gay black people are double minorities. So gay black people and women, they'll be in the same pot. I think Arnold spoke on this on one of the Wednesday shows, right? Yeah. Where it's like it's toe and toe because gay black people are also double minorities.
Wow.
Because they gay and they black. So being black is a minority thing, and being gay is a minority thing. So they're double not minority.
Who you sleep with make you a minority?
Yeah. Because their rights get like they're fighting for the right to be.
So you saying him sleeping with a nigga give him minority leverage?
Mm-hmm.
How they did that? Wait, so what if I got two wives? I'm in the minority.
Illegal. Oh. It's illegal. So nobody would like in Gen Pop we understand that bigamy is illegal in the country. Mm-hmm. Right? So people will respect people in their religious traditions, but like we when I've even brought up Muslim marriages and stuff like that, if there's no paperwork involved, people typically dismiss it. And we know that being legally married to two people in the country is a crime.
Okay.
But it's not illegal to be married to the same sex, ironically. I would have thought that polygamy would have got legalized before gay marriage, but hey, you never know how the world goes.
So, okay. States that prohibit sodomy. Florida, Georgia, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Michigan, Mississippi, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas. They prohibit sodomy. And between same-sex couples, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas. So they get to do illegal shit and become a minority. But if I got two wives, it's illegal and I'm not a minority.
Mm-hmm. And the craziest thing is like now that we're really noticing about transgenders, are they're really misogynistic.
I don't want to talk about transgender.
I'm just saying they really are. They're men down to the core, down to the DNA. I'm telling you. The men brains.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we predicating off like illegal, but it just, whatever. I ain't gonna.
I think somebody just said like, gay black men have always stood up for black women more than straight black men. It was one of the celebrities said that.
Say it again. My bad, I dropped my phone. What'd you say?
Oh, I was saying a celebrity just said, gay black men have always stood up for black women more.
How?
I don't know. Because when I saw it, I just scrolled past it.
No, it's not true. Listen, screaming and yelling don't mean nothing.
I don't know who. It was somebody famous that said it. I think it was like.
Who? Think about this. That women need to push back against that. Because good and hell well, there's plenty of women in situations like yours. Their daddy will fucking build a bridge to get them over the Red Sea if they needed to. Come on, man. It's bullshit.
It was Taraji P. Henson.
I thought she was dead.
No, I know, because when I saw it, sometimes you get like fatigue on the internet and you see shit and you just like, let me hurry up and scroll past it. Like, and you can hope that you didn't see it. But yeah, it was Taraji P. Henson that said that.
Hey, man, I'm going to drop this link, man. We've been cooking, man. So I should have wrote down those prescriptions, bro.
We got it. We got it. Somebody could just clip it. Cheeky clip it. Cheeky gonna clip it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And then she get our attention. Now we got to halfway talk about her. Fuck her. I'm saying that the voting, bro, they don't even, it's like they make such a great assumption. All right, Serena, be safe. Salute to Australia. You make such great, they just they assume that y'all just gonna vote any which way. A combined vote is a strong vote, right? Married families also have more money. A lot of leverage comes from lobbying. Like the Asian Stop Asian Hate Crime bill from from a nail shop and a hair product store getting burnt down, or whatever they did, looted it or got in a fight. 2, they got a whole bill. Why? Because they had money behind they plights and they lobbied for it and somebody voted that shit in. Like you said, the LGBTQIA lobbying, right? They got money and they put it where it needs to go, pause, and put it, and now they get the shit they want.
Yeah.
We vote for Kamala and she forget about us. We vote for Biden and he forget. We vote for Obama and he forget. Because they assume that they got our vote. Nah, let's make it a couple things.
If you didn't vote for Biden, you ain't black. So.
Yeah, him. Yeah.
I've been lost my black card.
I'm saying, man, like what we doing? I'm saying, yo, you gotta be married. I'm gonna add this one, and you gotta own land or property. Let me say property, because land is actually hard to get a lot of times. Or
not,
you gotta own property.
Not in the South.
The land is easier. Okay. I just know up north it's hard. Like the land and the property are kind of like set. That's why eminent domain can happen to you, because they own the land still.
Yeah. So in the South it's easy, but nobody wants to live in the South.
Yeah, that's why
you get a lot of land, but ain't nothing gonna be around your land.
Yeah, that's why 50 literally got to build Shreveport, right? But yeah, what about?
Look how cheap he was able to get the land.
No, I'm saying that makes your points. I'm saying, yo, what you think? You got to like, we gotta have this shit. Gotta be structured, man. Oh, if we having our kids out of wedlock, no baby showers
or gender reveals.
Definitely no gender reveals,
because you don't need both. They be saying they ain't got no money for the boy. You be saying these gender reveals, boy. These niggas got money.
They be elaborate.
Who got money? What are they doing? Because the gender reveals
they don't got no money. The same thing with
the
the
gender
proms.
reveals be extravagant as hell.
Same thing with the proms.
Yeah.
Nerd said I'm making shit up.
We did
Yo.
first day of school this year. Niggas was going, they were sending they high schoolers to the first day of school with black trucks. Like, y'all is ridiculous.
Yo, I'm saying, bro, like, I just, collateral damage is a real thing, yo. And really, the one thing we disagree on is it's certainly happening, and we are complicit. We are complicit. We are making decisions intentionally. We know what we're doing, right? And then things are falling apart, and we know it's gonna happen because we've seen it being replicated over and over.
Okay, so you're saying we're at the point where it's no more collateral damage. We're intentionally being destructive.
Yeah, but there is collateral damage, right? Because here's the thing that we misunderstand. It's happening to our people. See, nobody ever expected it to happen to their kid, right? But you will do a thing that contributes, right? There's collateral damage. You would never think our kid is gonna get caught up in it. There was a family in South Carolina. They all were lawyers. It's a true story. Murdoch. He never think him manipulating, conniving, doing all this shit, and his kid end up killing some girl in a boat accident, and then his kid ended up dying in his backyard, and his other kid end up getting caught being like having a homosexual relationship that he was trying to cover up, and then that boy died, but then who killed him? The whole family fell apart, and he never thought it was gonna be his kids. Who does? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Every nigga that didn't make it home yesterday thought he was.
Every
nigga that's on the stand by himself thought he had a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember this one girl, my man got killed. But she was having his baby. He got killed like 6 years later though, right? But they like, yo, man, what you gonna do? And this back in college. What you gonna do? You gonna have to get... She's like, my line sister's gonna help me. When my boy, God bless his dead, my boy said got killed, I hit her up. I said, yo, how's it going? She live in Jersey. Boom. I'm like, yo, when the last time? She ain't seen none of them in years. Thought she had a friend. Go ahead, I'm done.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing about betrayal. It only happens to people who you trust. But, who trust you anyway. But even with the saying like this, you know how white men are responsible for great the most? I was just saying, like, it's kind of collateral damage. You know how they say that slavery is epigenetic to us? It's just like they, like, at one point, because they was allowed to do it to black women, like, nobody ever checked that behavior within white men, and now it's in them. They just don't have the same access to black women. So now white women are suffering because you allow them to just be openly grapists. Now they're doing it in private, but you're the victims of it. But that's just, it looks epigenetically in them. It's no way that you're 60% of the country, and like damn near up to over 80% of the shit is happening by you. Because recently, one of Trump's like spiritual leaders just got arrested for it. Like for a 12-year-old who he was visiting. He was the leader of a church. I was like, this is insane. These niggas that's collateral damage right there.
That's crazy. JP, what's popping? I can't hear you, bro.
What's going on, Hamp?
Yeah, we can hear you now. What's popping?
Hey, I like what Sherelle just brought up. She's absolutely correct. Nobody never really checked white men for raping black women. I think the reason why they don't get accepted, and a lot of people don't even talk about this in the military, when they defeat another group or defeat other people, they get the okay to rape their women, and nobody never looked at it like that. And because if we're gonna hold that standard, though, Sherelle, we're gonna have to check our veterans, because a lot of those veterans that went overseas and done that to other women after they conquer them. So I think that's all over. I don't know. How's we viewing this grape stuff, because it seems like it's acceptable when it's coming from white men and when it's coming from the military. I think it's only a problem when black men is doing it and that man is unattractive. That's how I see it. I don't think nobody else really view it in the same magnitude like it is when black men doing it.
And Sherelle?
No,
JP,
I think that's just what it is. It's like behavior unchecked. It's happening like in the ICE camps right now, where they were sexually assaulting, raping the girls in the ICE camps. I said they're not responsible for it because they're not, technically it's not jail, but now a bunch of underage girls are getting pregnant and they're about to ship them to an island. But nobody's kind of outraged by it, because when these things are not going unchecked, if it's just festering in people, they think it's okay. So they're gonna find a way to do it, because it seems like it's okay for people to do it at certain points in time. As long as it's not happening to the people you care about, it's okay for this to happen.
I think that women made it okay, because women have fought for everything else but that. When you hear black women talking about swirling, why is the first race you going to is the man that was the first people who raped you, and you give them all type of passes and excuses. Talking about love who you love, they damn near don't even. The men can't care more than the women do. So when black women always tell them when they talk about this grape stuff, I'm saying, man, miss me with that shit, because y'all not fighting against white men who done it. Y'all always bring up the past when it comes to everything else. Why y'all don't bring up this past? And then a lot of these black women documented have signed up for BDSM, participating of being a slave and sleeping with a Ku Klux Klan. I'm saying this is just a role play. Why are you role playing this? So if the woman don't give a damn, why us black men need to give a damn? So I stopped giving a fuck about it. If it don't happen to my own, and even if it happened to my own, if they don't care, I don't care. Because why is the black man is expected to throw himself and throw himself out there to defend something that this woman is okay with? That don't make sense.
So the bigger thing is that it's not happening to us at the most. It's now the collateral damage is that it's happening still by those group of men, but it's happening to their group of women now. So that behavior going unchecked is now unintentionally hitting them as a target.
Do grape really exist? Because think about it, Sherelle. Like you said, at one point, grape wasn't looked at like it was a crime. Who created the grape a crime? And the laws around not just the actual grape part, but the sexual harassment or all that other caveat. Who created that? Those same white men who grape black women is the same white men who created great laws. Black men didn't create that. Black men did not write not one law about grape. It's the forefathers of the people who actually been graping people. So it seems like they make the rules and they can break the rules. Don't worry about that game. Plug this up. So, because we did not create them. Name a black man who created any law at that matter. So it seems like the only time they get taken serious, that's why this is why white men get away with this more. And it's not really.
He froze. Sorry, I was
I want to ask you,
on the phone.
Is this a such thing really great? Because they the one created it.
Okay. Well, so my bad. Let me my bad. I had a phone call real quick. Let's do this. Okay, so I think I heard the end of JP's sentiment Sherelle, I don't know if you had a retort.
How do you stop your camera from going in and out?
Yeah, it's going everywhere. I don't know if you had anything to say to what he was saying, Sherelle. I didn't catch most of it, but I think I got the gist of it.
No, grape is a real thing. I think he's just speaking on the double standard of we say it's bad because even in the point of white men raping black women, it was because they were we were not considered humans, but it was still wrong to do it to a white woman at the time.
And all I'm saying is, if they the ones created the laws, no black man created the laws around grape. Is grape really real? Because it seemed like it was only created for other men to fall short of it.
Black men have created laws against it. I mean, Nigeria is a black country ran by black.
I'm talking about here in America.
No, I'm just saying.
A lot of those African places has the influence of Eurocentric influence.
Yeah, they've been calling.
I'm saying not Nigeria.
Well, they've been calling. All right, so I don't know if that's the substance of the entirety of the conversation. What it is white men were able to do a whole bunch of egregious shit until they felt it was time to try to fix their perversions, you know. And it was real when they said it was real, but the truth is it been wrong for a long time. Also, it's in the I know JP, I don't know if you believe in the Bible, but at least we know the Bible is older than America. At least we can agree to that, right? The Bible was written, you know, several years back, and in there, if you take advantage of a woman, you get put to death. So we know that it pre-existed them, but they just do whatever they want until they say it's wrong. You can even make that same argument with crack and coke, right? People use coke, so give them 5 years. Black people use crack, so give them 25 years. You know what I mean? So they get to determine what's bad and shit like that. So I understand your overarching point.
Yeah, they determine what's bad and what's good.
When they feel
right,
like
what's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what I was saying,
and I want to get Tiff in. Sherelle, go ahead.
I was saying the overall thing is that their behavior went unchecked for so long. They try to create laws to prevent other people from doing it, but now it's still happening within them because they never checked it within them. They just go underground and do it on Epstein Island and all of this extra shit. That's why it comes out.
You were saying epigenetically, you can make a case that they've been told through generations that was okay, and so they perpetuate it and they can't get it out their system, even though they outlawed it. And JP saying, yo, quite conveniently, y'all motherfuckers want to outlaw it now that we got a bunch of other people here, you know. So what, you know, they trying to make a determination on what's right and wrong. I'm saying the Bible predates anything they put in place, and it's already in there as being wrong. That's what I'm saying. But let me get Tiff in, right? And I don't know if this is the most valuable part of the convo. So I just want to see what Tiff had to offer. Tiff, you were saying a little bit in the chat, but what do you think about maybe what I was saying? And JP, I don't know if you heard what I was saying in regards to maybe new prescriptions that we need to make us successful. I can rename them again, but I know Tiff was here for it. Tiff, what's popping?
Hey, you. Hey, y'all. Hey, Relly, how are you? You look beautiful. Your prescriptions are interesting, and I know you said radical. I'm going to say this. We're not going to pick and choose. So if the prescription is marriage is the way, then I'm going to say only married men can have podcasts. Only married women can have podcasts. If you can only have a vote in one voice, that should be standard. So ain't no more single folks with pods. Turning your mics. All the pod bros, go get a wife or don't talk about relationships. All the women. I'm just saying, if we gonna do it, let's do it.
Well, yeah, we are. Well, so we are, Tiff. Yeah, my bad, guy. I gotta admit y'all to the chat. I see you, Josh. I see you, Cheek. That's my fault. Nah, Tiff, that's the thing. We have particular constructs, right? We're not saying stifle everybody in what they have to say, but I think there is a catalyst to married women speaking differently, married men speaking differently. I think that you'll see it, but no, I'm not saying everybody got to shut up. I'm saying the voting thing, you have to meet this criteria.
But I'm saying if we're saying that voting is that important, then why wouldn't the influence? Well, I know that you feel the way that you feel about politics, and I get it. Politics are politics. Hey, Josh, we don't even have to go down that route. What I wanted to address is what you and Sherelle were talking about as far as when the families are stable and the results that those families yield. And that's something that we just can't argue with. We understand that when people are in traditional marriages, there is a structure there. And because those kids are used to structure, they tend to do better in other structured environments because they're already coming out of something. So when we're talking about that, I'm with you. The other conversation that JP was having, I don't even want to be a part of that. As far as your other prescriptions, if it's one vote for marriage,
that he was having. No, I was going on what they was having, man.
Okay. If it's if married people are the only people that can vote, I'm going to tell you my concern is the Black vote is really predominantly heavy on single people. And whether we want to believe in politics or not, politics will happen to you and we have to participate. We see what low participation happens. And you made a very good point in the fact that Texas has the most amount of Black people in the state. And if you look at the results between Jasmine Crockett and James Tirico, she won 90% of the vote with over 1.7 million of really just Black voters, that if more Black voters had have just turned out, she would have won regardless. So if we want to talk about how we show up, who we vote for, that's a discussion we should be able to have. And if you're saying in order to participate in a political system, I'd be willing to say if you're not married, but you take like civics classes, then that person should be able to vote as well. I think in order to vote, you should have to pass civics.
Well, so hold on. So she lost. You saying lost. If more people would have voted, she would have won?
If more Black people would have turned out.
Well, hold on. Ain't that every election? If more people vote for this person, they win. If Absolutely. Less people vote for that person, they lose.
Absolutely. And I can absolutely say, I don't think that she didn't run a good campaign. It was rushed. Go ahead.
But it's not even about that. But we know that, Tim. But I'm saying that, single people voting because people ain't married. You need somebody to help you through these processes. See, we treat voting like it's just, it's my right, so I should just be able to do it. You should be learning. It is a right. What I'm saying is you should exercise that right, with a level of acumen. Mm-hmm. You see, there's a lot of value in having wise counsel. Mm-hmm. And in a household with married people, even if it's an argument, at least you have somebody who should be of the same ilk, at least help you navigate, understand whatever you're going forward with a little bit better.
I agree.
But doing it by ourselves, literally, what's up, Josh? What's up, Cheeky? They paraded Megan Thee Stallion out there for y'all. They don't have no fucking respect for y'all. They brought up, they brought up Cardi B. They brought up Cardi B to represent Black people. They don't got no fucking respect. They don't got no fucking respect for y'all. Every time they clip Jasmine Crockett, she's snapping her fingers and throwing her neck around. And y'all keep saying, let me hit the button.
Well,
it's just,
can I respond now?
Man. It's crazy, bro.
Do I get to respond? Because I don't want to interrupt you.
Yes, you do. Tiff, you interrupted 3 times. People that don't interrupt, don't interrupt. They don't be like, damn, I interrupted 3 times. I don't want to interrupt no more. That's not how nothing works. But I am done, Tiff. Go ahead, talk your shit. Jeez Louise.
I would love to see Black marriages increase. I don't want voting to be the catalyst to make people understand the benefits of marriage. I think that the marriage marketing campaign is failing right now. We're not doing a good job of selling marriage. And it's something that the married folks are going to have to get together and talk about, and maybe the formerly married. But I definitely think that we need better spokespeople, for sure. I don't think that it's being highlighted for the benefits, because it is something to have somebody else to talk to be in community with. Literally this morning, we were up at 3 this morning watching Scandal, and I was like, this is so cool that you could be up in the middle of the night with your person, just chilling, watching the show. Like it's something that I think we never talk about the benefits. We make it nasty.
Tiff, let me interject.
No.
Hey, Josh, Josh and Cheek and JP and Sherelle. You notice Tiff was interjecting and didn't respond to nothing I said. Quite literally, she's just waiting for her turn to talk. She didn't say nothing. Nothing I said did she respond to. All right, let me bring mine up. Let me just read real quick. Let me just read these real quick. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Salute Reaper in the building with the 10 ounces. Salute Hamp. If you pay taxes, you should have a vote. Period. How you gonna get me to buy groceries, but I can't cook the dish? Also, black people should focus on buying politicians, not just voting. So that's one thing I mentioned, Reaper. You might be late. I said lobbying is probably one of the biggest things. We saw it with the Asians who don't vote. We say it with the LGBTQ, who is a nominal number of the population, and they don't vote, but they seem to gain traction. So that's probably, I agree with you there, you know? But the taxes thing, I don't know, man. I mean, I understand what you're saying, though. Hold on, let me read this. Callie with the $5 says, you are lessening the amount of black votes if you limit household marriages to one vote and single people can't vote. So, you don't vote now. Different. Nas with the 20 ball. He said, we need to ask what we better serve. We live in a competitive culture that's hyper individualistic and indulgent. I think we need to adopt a creed that mirrors a monk that separates himself or herself from secular society. So JP, because I want to get Cheeky and Josh in, but if you make your response concise, like under a minute or less, then you can go ahead.
So I was just about to say that I think that black people should all collectively stop voting. Then their voice might be heard more, and it might be more impactful if we all collectively stop voting. And to the point when it comes to marriages, I don't think that we should no longer participate in a systematic marriage. That systematic marriage can do nothing but destroy 70% of the black of the black race. Of the no-fault divorces where the kids had to get split up and move out the bam. I think that we should continue on having a natural marriage, and that's when you give a woman babies, motherhood, she give you fatherhood. I think that's the only marriage. I think that we've been up under this system too long to the point where we think that we need a government to approve my love for you. No, we don't need no government to approve. We trying to get much as government outside of welfare, outside of the benefits. They used us, we're going to use them. Outside of that, we don't need more government controlling our lives. The only thing that systematic marriage is nothing but a government giving them permission to. It's almost like having CPS govern your parenting, right? The moment we crack that door about CPS, now you put a scratch on your kid, you going to jail. We don't need to keep letting these white folks in there. Can't no white man tell me how to love my woman. Fuck that systematic marriage.
Where does that say that on a marriage certificate? It's a tax write-off. Like there's nobody says how you have to be married. Marriage is when you go to the state, you are recognizing a union so that you get a tax benefit. And if you don't take care, it's a tax write-off. There is a benefit to marriage and you use it for taxes. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand the purpose of a union. State-wise, it is a tax write-off. Religious-wise, there are morals. So if you have a moral standard that you have a traditional marriage in, that's one thing. But the state recognizes the union for a tax write-off.
That is a bait. I think marriage is a bait. It bait us men in, and then once we get in that marriage, we loses everything. I guarantee you, if the marriage in the divorce court,
I don't want y'all to usurp. I don't want y'all to usurp the overall premise of the conversation. You know, Tiff simply saying when you marriage and divorce, right? You can have marriage without divorce. You obviously can't have divorce without marriage. So somebody correct me on my definition. That doesn't make them mutually exclusive, right? So marriage, you do have the tax write-off, right? Divorce is, I think, is the issue that men are kind of in contention with, right? Now, JP just saying when you put the government in it, the possibility and then the residual effects of divorce are too great to subscribe to. I think it's pretty simple. I just think that we just divorce and marriages get mulled together so much. Cheek, what's popping?
What's good? I don't know. I ain't agree with none of what you said as far as like your prescription.
Talk your shit.
I think that everything you're saying is what Republicans and people who want to ostracize a certain vote is trying to do already. So if you listen to any like Nick Fuentes or any any white nationalists, Christian nationalists, any right leaning, alt right, they're saying the things you did, and I would just not agree with that because it's intentionally trying to gerrymander and position a certain group of people, which would be affected, would be minorities and black, and trying to get them out of having a say, right? And
like
so
who?
that's my stance. Like who? Like who? What? What do you mean?
The Hispanics are married.
Right, but just because they're married, that doesn't mean that they're the overwhelming population wise. Like,
No, I got you, but they're married though. I'm saying black people. Nobody's stopping black people from getting married. Also, black women. Well, last one. Black women bought the most houses. So no, I'm actually acknowledging some. There's positives there, right? Why aren't our relationships working? We have to fix those things if we want to fix a community. You need relationships.
Well, sure.
No one disagrees.
No, you can't.
Go ahead, Chief.
No, I would agree that those things can happen, but what you're prescribing is not going to lead to that, right? Like if you are saying in order to vote, right, you can't be single, then what you'll see is either people leaving the country, which is fine, I guess, to some people, but that doesn't mean that they're going to that anything's going to change for the quote unquote better. Mm-hmm. Right. If anything, the people that decide to get in marriages, they realize they're in the minority and they won't want to do whatever change may be necessary to do that. Right. So just because these things are supposed to happen and are good for the community, I think the way to go about it wouldn't be to do that, because I don't think that would change anything. I think it's actually harder to figure out what would change. Right. Because if you leave it up to most white nationalists, Christian nationalists and conservatives, they're going to say they had the best time when it was Jim Crow and slavery. So what are we saying? Are we saying we need to go back to slaves?
Well,
right? Would you be okay with that?
But Cheek, though, I'm just saying Jim Crow or slavery. So which one are you talking about?
Okay, but I'm just saying they would use those two examples. They would say during these time periods, right? So either way, would you want to be in a time frame with Jim Crow?
Well, what we do is we have the conversation, right? So what is the time period of Jim Crow?
I would say 1950s and 60s during the time.
And is that before desegregation?
Yes. Technically, it'd be before, yeah.
Yes.
But it was still going on right after.
Just before.
It was like just before it. Yeah. And it didn't stop immediately. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't just stop.
I know, right? Jim Crow, South, and etc. So what we saw was, right, when we desegregated, we lost a whole lot of things that we had constructed in our communities. So if we start having that conversation, because you have pros and cons with everything, I'm saying ownership matters. You see, the people that are getting rich own their own shit. They have their own constructs. They got in trouble in New York City because the Asians created their own police department that wasn't sanctioned by the city. So we would have to have another talk and reassess desegregation in hindsight. That might be a substantive conversation.
I don't think we would if you're saying that another group of minorities have done the same thing while being integrated. What needs to happen is an agreement on what it is we're trying to strive for, right? I can't get mad at Barack Obama, Joe Biden, George Bush. I can't get mad at any president if we're not presenting anything for them to get behind.
No, 100%.
Right? Like
I was just discussing Jim Crow with you. I'm saying that I would converse.
Okay, yeah, but even still, what I'm saying is the fact that you're highlighting a minority that is doing something while being integrated would disprove why Jim Crow would be necessary.
They weren't subject to it, right? Nobody. They didn't come from the history. I'm saying when you look at a populace who segregates itself, right? You right now, your $6 ass cannot open a grocery store or a shop in Chinatown. You can't do it. On 7th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C., you cannot open a club. You can't do it because you're not Ethiopian. I'm saying they maintain ownership, and that's how they climb into the top. We relinquished ownership thinking segregation was going to help us, and I think in hindsight, I would reassess.
And again, I don't think that's true either. I think that integration, I think part of that had to do with the laws, as well as just discounting or not allowing people to get loans. Like those type of things was also a issue as well. Like for Asian Americans, I know that for them to get into the United States, they had to be like a business. They weren't just hey, here we are, we're Asian and we're here. Right. No, they were given access to loans while black people were not, very intentionally, because for whatever reason, I don't know what it is about white people hating black people so much. I don't know why that's a problem.
Yeah, good. Right.
Yeah,
I'm saying,
so
we're off the point, but I'm just telling you how we can have a substantive conversation about that. So if a white nationalist says go back to Jim Crow, I'm saying, well, that's all I'm saying. That's why I was pushing back at that point.
Okay, I got you. All right. So
yeah, but we don't have to stay there because that's a whole show we could do. We could do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead. I want to get Josh in. Mom didn't say anything, and then JP wanted to respond something as well. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just think there's much better ways to handle that besides trying to restrict or remove things that have already been in place that seem to help generally everyone else. I can't put everything on white men or the white people as a whole.
Okay.
Because we just need to be more we need to be more in sync about what we want. Like,
what'd you say?
The first thing, more in sync.
Hold on. What word did he just say?
Sync.
In sync.
In sync.
Yeah.
SYN.
Hold on. Single people, no sync. Married people, in sync.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Like you did something big there. You know, the people that help us get our rights. The
button was right next to my hand, so I made a decision.
I was just saying, the people that help us get us rights, they were young and not married. They were high school. They were 16.
Martin,
15.
Was married.
He was.
Yeah. How old was he?
Was married.
How old was he?
Medgar was married.
Medgar was married.
Okay. And you're saying the only people that helped that movement were married people?
I'm not saying the only, but you was acting like they wasn't involved. Rosa Parks?
No, I wasn't.
Rosa Parks?
I wasn't.
Rosa Parks was married.
I wasn't acting like anything. You made a big deal like in sync and out of sync, as if being married is the thing that keeps you in sync and not the idea of what it means to be
know
black.
What you're not in sync?
Pride in that.
You know who you're not in sync with? Nobody if you're single. We can guarantee that.
That's false. You can have a whole easy. Look at black people and the Democratic Party, right? Why do they keep voting? Married, single, they keep voting.
We in sync with them?
No.
You could say, what I'm saying is you don't have to be married to be aligned with a belief or ideology. That's my point.
Okay, I can agree with that. I thought you said synchronization though.
Yeah, but black people just in general aren't in sync, and just because you're married don't mean you're in sync. I hate the fact that we think that marriage automatically means equal when most of you motherfuckers are in terrible marriages and y'all talk about how terrible your marriage is. I don't understand why we do that.
Prove it.
Prove what?
You can't say most if 50% of people are married and not getting divorced. Not true.
Well, you don't know if they're not getting divorced, so you can't prove
they ain't getting divorced. Like, I'm just saying you can't just make an assertion because the numbers don't bear out to that assertion.
No, I didn't make it. I didn't make an assertion. You did. You said marriage equals in sync. That is not true. Just because you're married doesn't mean you're in sync.
Okay, but you know when you're not in sync with
is
nobody.
Wait. Acknowledge that.
Yes. It doesn't guarantee anything. Thank you.
Okay. So being single doesn't mean you're out of sync of anything either.
You ain't in sync with nobody.
You don't have to be in sync with anybody if it's an ideology.
Oh, you saying just agreeing to an ideology? Here's the problem: when people are over, I'm gonna tell you. You're not in sync with the ideology, right? It's like a control mechanism because every time you vote that way, we do not yield a result. If Josh and I are in sync, right, like synchronized swimming, we both fucking win. When we keep voting the same way over and over, we keep fucking losing. That's not in sync.
But they're moving the point. The point is black people right now.
Yes.
Yeah, because you made it about politics.
You said ideology.
What I'm saying is, yeah, but ideology just doesn't just appear at politics. Ideology is how we think.
I'm gonna throw my phone.
Throw your phone all you want to.
I'm gonna throw my phone. You keep this up.
When people said I'm black and I'm proud, do you think they didn't have a unified understanding of what that meant and how that was presented to them?
I think they had a unified understanding of what that meant.
So that means that people that said I'm black and I'm proud were in sync with the idea of what it meant to be black and proud. If you ask somebody right now, what does it mean to be black? You're gonna have conservatives say some shit, and I'm gonna be like, fuck out of here. You're gonna have some Democrats say some shit, I'm gonna be like, fuck out of here. And then me and you will probably agree on most of the things me and you say. Me and you are in sync because we have this ideology of what it means to be righteous that was given by the quote unquote most high, correct?
Yes.
But just because somebody's married doesn't mean that they're in sync with your ideology or in line with your behavior or what you want to do. That's my point. Black people are not in sync in any way. We don't know what we want to strive for. We don't know what we want to go towards. So when you have people like Ice Cube say, hey, I want to go talk to Donald Trump because I am coming up with a black plan, and all the black people that why you doing that? Why you talking? There's no in sync. There's nothing. We're not unified in what we want and what we want to see in our neighborhoods or anything. There's no instinct anything. And if you're married,
culture.
Okay.
Huh?
Can I ask a question there?
Yeah,
Cheeky?
Josh, you actually up next. Yeah, go ahead. If you're staying on the same lane, go ahead. You can take my spot. Go ahead.
Cheeky, if it's the case, and I strongly disagree with you, but if it's the case that, like you say, the vast majority of black people don't know what they want, right? Why the hell would you want to allow them to vote? Oh, I'm just going to go up there and randomly write something in? These are the last type of people you would want to vote, is anybody that does not know what they want. So that can't possibly be true, is it?
So we're making two different statements. I didn't say black people didn't know what they want. I said we're not unified in what we want. There's two complete different statements. For example, some black people may want to see America in a certain way, right? Like there are some black people that would probably align with you and think authoritarianism is okay. But then there's black people like me that think liberalism, which means the ability to live within liberty, it's the perfect way to live, and authoritarianism is not okay.
Oh, so this easy to settle then. There's only one prescription. To get the way that you want within a society, you're going to have to remove choice, meaning force.
Oh my God.
That's quite literally the only prescription you have.
Okay, and if that's your stance, this is why I have an issue with it.
Ask why though. Ask why, Cheek. Because people see
why.
Cheeky, I know you understand, right? But we got 400 people here. You gotta ask why before you retort.
Okay, I get what you said. Okay, so Josh, why do you think things have to be done by force?
Because there's fundamentally, and I do mean this fundamentally, there will be no agreement. If you believe that, I'm going to be fair. Classical libertarianism is going to be a solution that's going to get us any place better in society than we have in the last, 70 years. Well, liberalism is exactly where we're at now.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. Aren't you a triple trumper?
What is I don't know what a triple trumper is, but yes, I'm a GOP member.
You are a triple trumper, and look at the state of America right now. And we are on edge. You do not get to hold on him, because now you want to talk politics and you want to talk about choice, and the choices specifically when white men are in charge are absolutely horrible.
Tiff, let him finish his point. Tiff. Nobody has been doing that all day. So let him finish his point, and then you can retort.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just simple. Classic liberalism is what we got here. And I'm being fair to the classical liberalism. Like a constitutionalist, I have a right to vote. I have a right for this. I have a right for that. That kind of thing. That would be the classical concept of liberalism, not the modern stuff. That's where we got here today. The only reversal for that is to return to what you would call traditionalism. It would just be up to the black community to figure out what would be in their traditions. To return to that would be without choice, meaning by force.
So yeah, you're a triple trumper. And again, the state of America right now, we have less resources. We are broke. We are in a war that nobody wanted. And if the results that we have right now with 500,000 black men and 300,000 black women and black unemployment being at 8%, because as white people come in, they have systematically put people out of place, on top of we can look and see what's going on with the military, that these folks merit-based earned promotions and they're being pushed out of the military. I'm never going to side with the triple trumper because y'all think you believe in meritocracy, you believe in whiteness, and you believe that the white idea, because what you just said is the Black community would have to figure out what traditionalism, as if Black people don't have a tradition and a standard. So your lack of understanding that Black people are probably some of the most conservative people in America, and that Black people have very high standards, allows me, and you reinforce that when white people enter the conversation, we need to disengage because y'all are dangerous for the Black community.
Okay, one thing.
I agree.
Wait, hold on, Josh. One thing she has to reconcile is Cheeky said the same thing. Cheeky said Black people are not in sync. Black people don't have a goal. Black people, etc., etc. We not organized, so on and so forth. Now, no, seriously. Now, okay, Cheek, clarify. Because
I said was we don't share the same. We don't share the same ideology, right? That doesn't mean that there is no goal. It's just not shared.
Cheeky, if the goal is not the majority, right? If a bunch of people got a bunch of goals, there is no goal as far as the community is concerned.
Yeah, but okay, so I think let's clarify that. I'm not saying
you don't even have to, but if you did
wait a minute, wait a minute. You just told me I got to ask the question why this man I got to ask why.
No, I was saying that for the crowd, why he said what he said. I'm saying that's substantive. I'm saying when we were going back and forth though, Cheek, you saying, yo, we are disjointed as a people.
Okay, I agree with that, but I'm listening to what you're saying. What I heard you say was Black people don't have a goal. And I don't think that, right? Because if you say that a certain group of people don't have a goal or they're goalless, then that means that you could put whatever you want. I'm just saying we're not aligning, right? I'd rather say we have two different ideologies than saying that we don't think at all. Is my point, right? That's the only difference.
Okay.
Yeah, because I know how these things go.
Okay. I see your point. Yeah. So we're disjointed. We're not aimless.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I apologize. Okay. Yeah, we're not aimless, but we're definitely discombobulated in terms. There's Okay. All right. Yes. So Tiff, right? So Cheek has clarity to his point, right? You know. So if you're saying what Josh is saying is extreme, but even if we listen to what Cheeky's saying, right? It's linear.
And I'm going to say this. I will have a conversation with Cheeky because I believe that he wants the best for the Black community. I'm not listening to Josh and I'm not listening to a white man talk about Black people and their issues because he would never allow me in a white space to talk about them and their issues. So if we're going to talk about the things that we need to fix within the community, one of the things that has to happen is Josh can't come up on the panel because, again, we would never be allowed.
You said in the chat, come on, Josh, let's hit the link.
I'm telling you, me. No. I am saying if we're
wait a minute.
White people can't be involved.
Wait a minute. You said in the chat, come on, Josh, let's hit the link. And we were literally talking about this. No, Sherelle, really? Were we not talking about Black people the whole time?
Look, I didn't know that was Josh. I thought I was talking to a Black man.
Nope. Because his name, no. Because his name in the chat is, what's your name in the chat, Josh?
Douglas Ehrlich.
And that's only you know that's Josh because you know that's Josh.
I didn't know that was Josh.
Oh my God, that's
Josh
crazy.
Douglas Ehrlich. What?
Thank you. That's not
German name.
That don't sound Black at all, Tiff. How did you pull Black from that shit?
Yo, hey, Cheek, she knows that's Josh's name. She knows that's his name in the chat because she said, "Come on, Josh, let's go up." Because I said, "Come on, Josh, come on, Tiff," and she said, "Come on, Josh, let's go." Yo, that is crazy.
But wait. So Josh. Since Black people are aimless and we have no standards, you as a white man, what is your solution? Because y'all got all these. What's your solution?
I specifically stated that I disagreed with Cheeky that there were goals.
Yes, this was about. It was a back and forth.
They didn't get to finish.
We didn't finish it. That's why I'm surprised. That's why I'm like, wait, why are we moving past this? We didn't even get to finish the first step that he even introduced.
However,
Josh.
if it is the case that an agreement has to be made, I don't believe any agreement will ever be made, at least between the two political sides.
Complicated, so you don't have many issues. We can do everything for you in 4 days.
Hey, we can hear you, Ma. Hold on. I don't know how to use.
Normally, we start the process of the corporation, which is getting.
All right, I got it. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Cheek.
No, I think Josh gave his reason.
Yeah, my bad. I was trying to find his mute button. Sorry.
Can I respond to Josh Hamp?
Well, yeah, let them. They didn't we get to finish talking. But yes, JP, my answer is yes, you can. I just see if they can finish their combo. Then yeah, you can for sure.
Do you believe, Cheeky, that we have to have an agreement, whether it's between the black community or the consensus among the black community, and then the black community is going to have the consensus with the rest of the United States? Do you believe that's ever going to happen?
I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if that would ever happen. Yeah, I just don't know. I have no idea.
So then why can't I just utilize force, or at least within this case, like so on my side would be pretty much any of the hardcore. I'm actually not just a typical right winger. I am a far right extremist. I'm very far right. I have more in line with religious groups. So like, I don't particularly agree wholeheartedly with the Black Hebrew Israelites, but I do wholeheartedly agree with their prescriptions. I just add the concept of utilized force on top of it, meaning you don't get a choice. You're going to do it or else.
Right. And I understand that. Like, I think that's most far right or most extremist viewpoint. So what do you
right.
What's the question though?
So like if it's there can be no agreement, then why not just utilize force? What are we all sitting around waiting
on? Because generally I think that's agreed upon by society that it's not necessary, which is why you're called extreme and not the norm.
What have we agreed on in the last in the entire history of the United States? What have we agreed on?
I think that the laws that we currently have, the civil rights,
those
things that are passed.
What law have you voted on, and what law have I voted on?
Wait, it's not about the law that I voted on in particular. It's about the laws that were already passed before we were here.
Oh, okay, all right. So basically,
so I don't necessarily I don't have to necessarily vote on a law for a law in the past to still be implicated in today's time.
So then, what are you agreeing with then?
I would.
Or what are you saying that we have like a choice or consensus on?
The consensus is that your thought of just forcing people into an ideology is un-American and unliberal, and most people in America are against that.
It's exactly it's exactly how it is now. You don't have a choice on the tax laws; they're enforced on you.
Well, that's not necessarily true. It's a choice through democracy, right? Like you vote for the person who you think will enact or enforce an ideology that you have about
the republic. I gotcha. I guess that's very hopeful.
Well, you could say it's hopeful, but you can see through the way that taxes are done. Like each tax rate for everybody isn't the same, right?
Yeah.
But that comes from the president and his ability to pass certain laws through Congress to change the tax rate for the higher, or for example, no tax on tip. How do you? My point is, people vote with that in mind, and those things can and do come to pass, especially depending on the ideology associated with the president who's in charge at the time. So that's how we've decided to do things. Now, at some point, if you say, well, we shouldn't be doing that, I think January 6th was a failed attempt, right? And it should have been met with more punishment. There should have been a lot more dead MAGA people. Ashley Babbitt should have shared the grave with thousands, if not hundreds. But unfortunately, right, this is where I think, it was soft on authoritarianism, and I think it made.
Shout out to the pardons. Thank you, thank you, President Trump, for the pardons.
Right, and this is the
shout
end
out
result.
To lawlessness. Lawlessness.
This is the end result. But President Trump will not be running the third term. He won't be running the third term, and then once he's out,
it depends if we can get a war or not. We get a war. We can suspend elections.
Yeah. So at that point, one, he won't be able to run a third term. I think it's already been concluded. Two.
Yeah, you don't really run a third term. You just suspend elections.
Yeah, but my understanding is that won't be happening, right? He may
Yeah,
attempt it.
yeah. I don't think.
No, there's no disagreement that this authoritarian type party or personality is the worst, representation of liberal democracy. But I think your ideology is extreme, and my reasoning for thinking that society is already determined, you're extreme. The fact that you're called an extremist lets me know we agree socially that your idea is not what we want or what we would like to represent as.
Would you be surprised to find out that my I guess ideology is actually what's running the government right now by majority?
I wouldn't be
at least all of the executive branches.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised by it, but I think that the fact that the voter, or not a voter, but the polling for the approval of Trump and his outcome and behavior lets me know nobody wants what it is that you're pushing, right? Because I agree, the executive branch has expanded beyond its pomp. It's typical boundaries by all means due to this unfortunate circumstance of being, Trump. But at the end of the day, the reason why his polling numbers are terrible and all these people are resigning from Congress and resigning from whatever areas, and they're going to be dominated by most Democratic party members, is because most Americans don't agree with this idea or like the outcome that's come from it.
Let me go right. I want to go back to the topic there, I guess, about marriage, right? If you had a prescription that you could provide to give to the Black community to, I guess, incentivize, to promote marriage, right? How would you go about it? Like incentivization? Like what would be your idea? If the thing is you want to promote marriage, just generally family values, whatever they are, how would you go about doing that?
I don't think you can promote something that's just not as big of a deal. Marriage across the board is just falling. Child rate, especially for white people, has fallen.
Yeah.
Right? So it has nothing to do. So when we start trying to specify Black, which I'm okay with doing.
I'm just.
All right, no, I get what you're saying. I get it. I'm not taking it as you leading me there. I understand. I just think, generally speaking, marriage is just not as attractive as it once was. Nor is child rearing. Right? People don't want kids in the same amount anymore, if any at all. And the birth rate reflects it. Marriage rate is reflecting it. So the only thing to increase that is for people to want to have that. And right now, we just don't want that as a society, especially younger people. There's a couple of things behind that too. Yeah.
So, if it was the case that you wanted to separate yourself from the people that don't want it, aka they don't want families, they don't want that type of structure, they don't want legacy, whatever the values, I guess, that our side represents. If they don't want it, right? Why should we allow them to have any say in our government, our taxation, our property rights, like anything that's within our communities? Why should we allow them to have any say?
Because most people aren't married, and most people that are being taxed are single, and they
see your mic low.
Oh, you can't hear me? Is it still low? Oh, okay. Because most people are single and most people aren't married, right? And they provide taxes to the entirety of the system, and the government uses their funds to redistribute it to whatever it is that the people vote for. That's why, right? It'd be different if single people also didn't have to pay taxes. Now, if we're saying only married people can vote, only married people can make decisions about this, that, and the third, and then you're saying single people don't have to pay taxes, and also there's some type of governmental supplement for that, by all means. But don't get mad as a married person if your tax rates go out the ass, and they're already doing that, especially if you're in the middle class. And then don't get mad. Don't get mad if you're high class and you get it's gonna be trade-offs to what you're saying too.
Yeah, I absolutely wouldn't cut off single people from owning property. Just don't want them to have a voting right. I don't want their ideology to be promoted within government, education, at least nothing within the community. No voice.
I've been waiting.
If you want no voice and no opinion, right, then I'm going to ask you, right, because most right wing and super Republican guys make this their standpoint. No taxation without what?
Representation.
All right. So now you're contradicting the foundation.
No, I don't believe in rights.
Okay,
so
well,
like
you're
right.
Oh shit. Well, if that's the case, then again, you're in the minority. And then if we ever get to that point, then I guess we'll just be fighting about it, right?
What do you hold up? We operate this way in general, right? Here's an example.
No.
Your Second Amendment right goes away instantly with a felony. Your right to vote goes away instantly upon conviction.
It comes back.
In some cases, you can get it back, right?
Yeah,
depending on the states, right? Some places it's automatic. Some places you have to file for it. But it goes away for the duration of your conviction, probation, and going down the list, right? We take stuff away. Your right to freedom of speech gets squashed with the gag order. Like this idea that rights are these just things that we generally have, no, they get erased all the time.
Well, if you're saying they get erased all the time, my question would be, at what time is that? Because those same rights that you're saying get erased all the time are also been said to be inalienable by the own Constitution. So
gag orders usually get generally by proxy of some type of civil action or criminal action. Anything that comes down.
So there's never been a right taken because the actions of someone else didn't dictate that. For example, I have a right to punch you. That doesn't mean that I have a right to also walk away and not go to jail. Does that mean that I'm restricted, or does that mean that my rights been taken away?
Everything is restricted.
Or does it mean that it's been forfeited because of an action?
You got it right. Everything is restricted. Just like we want to push the idea that, example, a voting right is restricted to somebody that's productive based on our, I guess in this case, it would be a right-wing ideology, what they define as productive.
Say that again.
What we define as being productive, aka get a house, get a family, hopefully a business, keep on going down the list, right? And then get a vote, right? So what we would consider to be a restriction would be those conditions must be met to get that right to vote.
Yeah, but the only way those conditions will be met and agreed upon is if we do vote for that. So that's
hence repeal the 19th.
Right. Okay. So what you're doing is putting a hypothetical world that is less likely to exist versus what I'm saying that already exists.
Two bills. I don't know about how unlikely it is. 2 bills have already been promoted in the last, I think, 4 years.
And how many have passed?
None. They never make it past House.
And how close?
House Speaker vetoes them every time because it's an apparent constitutional violation that they would just never go for it. However,
you see what I'm saying? You see how
that was the same thing. That was the same thing with gay marriage. That was the same thing with everything that we thought was like just obnoxious or absolutely weird at any given time.
Can we get up in there, Cheeky? No.
Go ahead, Jay.
So, Josh.
Yes, sir.
I like how you coming at them. This is some stuff that I've been saying, how men should operate in the first place. I don't believe in rights neither. Rights is for women.
Oh shit.
Men supposed to walk in his own integrity and take his freedom. Right? Freedom is not supposed to be moralized. Right? I think that Cheeky come under the banner of guilt tripping white people and using these morality standards that he gained from white people guilt, and he trying to manipulate you in a sense of
no. Cheeky.
No. Hold on. Let me break this down. Y'all done had a whole half hour.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So basically, like I wanted to say with Tiv, you can't tell men that's in power how to be powerful. What this should do is sink black folks together to start an uprising. That's what it should do amongst the men. But the reason why it's a back and forth conversation because the men don't want to have that uprising. They've been living too comfortable. They're afraid to lose their lives. So all men, white men have the blueprint of manhood, but that blueprint is just not allocated for just white men. It's supposed to be for all men. When I'm watching these politics and these wars all over the globe, guess what? Every other race of men has their own military really to go to war, but African American men. But then you got the audacity talking about because you got $100,000 in your bank account, you powerful. I'm glad that Josh is speaking the way he is speaking because black men need to hear this, and it's exactly like this. We need to get away from that soft in using that moral stuff. No, because once we get in power, you ain't gonna be able to tell me how to run shit. Your morality ain't gonna be able to tell me nothing. When I say do something, that's what you're gonna do, or you're gonna get your ass kicked or get off this planet. That's how it's gonna go. The followers, since when the followers get to tell the rulers on how things are supposed to do? And when Tiff say white men is dangerous for us, that's really embarrassment on black men. How is white men is dangerous for us? Where the black men at? Where all these powerful black men at? Because if the white man is dangerous for us, ain't we supposed to be dangerous for them? This conversation is going to yield us in a direction that we supposed to be in. Creating our own military, being independent of them, giving them their own systems. Even their marriages. They was sitting up here telling you about these marriages and stuff. You gain it from them. And now that he reversed Uno on your ass, because y'all been sitting up there and yielding your whole lives based on what white men say so. And this is why you having these arguments. This is why you afraid to be independent of the white man. Shout out to Josh. And I agree with you, Josh. You're not an extremist. You just benefit from your race that's in power. And you want to, whatever rule you want to set that'll make us subjugated, that's what you can do because right now you are in control. Maybe that will, y'all can make us so uncomfortable to the point where eventually we come back to grabs and start trying to be independent, talking about I got some money in my bank account, my house is good. Fuck all that. No, we collectively, we are losing. And we need to, if we ain't gonna go to, if we ain't gonna have no uprising, if we ain't gonna have no military, what the fuck are we dreaming for? How is we feeling so comfortable under these conditions? We living like a woman. Black men, you are living like a woman. You up here talking about rights. Men don't talk about rights. Is you cool? We living like a female. And this is why the black woman relate to us, because we ain't powerful like you thought you was. You gonna take that white man dollar and give it back to him because that clearly we got the same standards as these white people. The problem is, Cheeky, is that we don't have that power like the white man.
All right, let him.
We don't have that power.
Okay. Mont, you
the
there?
Power is earned, not given.
Okay. Mont, are you there? And Cheeky, did you ever reply? Yeah, I had to mute you. You was on a phone call. That's why you were muted.
Oh, damn.
Cheeky, are you there? I see
I'm here.
Do you want to reply? Anybody want to reply to that, or can I get Mont?
I did.
Oh, go ahead, Mont.
Yeah, let Mont go. I've been talking. I'm gonna just go.
What's goody?
What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? I thought it was interesting. I don't know, and I don't like to base conversations off of things that I've heard people say in the past, right? But I think JP contradicts himself a lot. Because I remember him saying something about black women need to be in charge, and I love it when black women are in charge and women and all this other type of stuff. Now he always keep talking about black men. We need to take power, but it's like, what do you?
Can I clarify it for you?
Yeah, please.
So the reason I say I rather have black under these conditions, because the reason why I say that, the reason why I say I'd rather have black women in charge, because a lot of black men are bitches. And this is the reason why this white man is able to say this, because black men is so goddamn logical to the point where they become a bitch, right? Our black men would sit up there, would go to war, come back with a 4-star general badge, and be proud that he risked his life for the white man, but yet he would not take that same dignity in fighting for his family when he alleged got removed from his family. I thought you were supposed to fight home first before you go fight for everybody else. So yes, that's what I'm saying. So on a surface level, Two things could be right. Y'all like to on the internet. Y'all like to be all the way over here or all the way over there. No, what I've said, I still stand on that. Black women in the conditions that we are in, we not in no powerful position right now. So black women is the only ones gonna teach you how to be a gangster. Gonna teach you to fight everybody else back. The black men gonna tell you just put your hands on them. If you ain't doing anything wrong, put your hands on them. He gonna teach you to submit and be subjective to the government, to this system. That's what the black man is gonna do. And when you look at the black men that was raised by black men, and you look at the black men that was raised by black women, the men that was raised by black women, I don't care how much criminals they got, how much felonies they got, they more manly than y'all.
Okay.
They way more manly. The men that was raised by their mamas way more manly than raised by their daddies.
That's a level of that's a level of clarity that he needed. So now Ma understands why you said it in the first place. Go ahead, Ma.
Yeah, I don't agree with really any of that. Like black women want you to not black women in general, but when you in the hood, they want you to be a crash dummy. That's just how that works. I'm arguing with some nigga with the club. Let me go get JP crash dummy ass to come crash out for me. Yo, JP, come die real quick. I'm sorry, come get unalive for me real quick because I'm mad at this nigga, right? Like we do that all day. So when you say that, oh, they need to be in charge, we all gonna be gone. They in charge, we all gonna be gone. Like if it's up to them, everybody a crash dummy. What you say?
You was a crash dummy for the military, right? Well, it's not you specifically, but a lot of black men said, when a white man said, come and die for my cause, that you don't benefit from, that you don't get respected out of, like the rest of us.
Hold on, JP. Just don't go fighting for JP. Don't go on too much of a diatribe because that's the question, right? So JP question is, do you put that same moniker on men who join the military, men who join the police force, etc.?
I don't, this logic is the same. However, where I think it's different is when you say we don't benefit from anything. I think you out of your fucking mind, right? We are for black people. I think we are in the best position out of anybody in the world living here in this country. It is what it is, right? And you can try to fight me on that. Sure, I'm open to hearing that, but you are in the best. Like you, JP, you on food stamps. Like you can't get that in a lot of other places. Right, and where we come from, most likely, you want food stamps, you safe, you got a house, your kids is cool, right? We in one of the best positions, and you can be the president. Well, not you, but if you wanted to, you can be raised and you can grow up. You can be Obama if you wanted to. So I don't disagree. I don't agree with you when you say that.
From our perspective, you are right. Right, from a survival perspective, black people, that's our image now. We always lived our lives based on survival. That's where our mindset at. White Josh not living in a survival. He living life in freedom. So yeah, you right on one aspect. Yeah, on the survival, you got if I take an African that's ribs is showing and I throw a cage full of old fish and a couple of old canned goods there, now at least the food might be old, but at least his ribs ain't gonna cave in and die, right? Mm-hmm. So I want to be the person that giving out the food. We supposed to be competing with other races of men. Mm-hmm. We the only ones that don't. African American men is the only men that don't have their own military across the globe.
Hold on. I want to check that.
Talk about you powerful and you a man. How?
I want to challenge that. When you say African American men don't have a military, but every other race does, well, you do know races don't have militaries. More so countries and like places like that. But like races, it's only like what, 5 of them, 4 of them. So
yeah, but every race of each one of those continents, the only military that we got as black folks in America is the gangsters, the Bloods, the Crips, the GDs, the Vice Lords. Right. The Bullets don't got shit.
Okay, so what's the American Asians military? Well, I don't even think that's American Japanese military.
Chinatown, they got their own shit too.
They don't, but you said military though.
But they got put like this. The Americans, I don't know how they treat the Asians top notch, right? To the point where they don't need no military in the damn near way, right? Because they beating them. The Asians got a connection to other assets that's more powerful, which can keep an umbrella over them like a shield to protect them. African American, you don't, like Josh said, the only reason why you are not considered to be an illegal immigrant is because of the 14th Amendment. Josh not got no 14th Amendment. He don't go off the 14th Amendment. He titled to this land. You just live here. And at any given time, any president come in, they can eject you from here and you can become an illegal immigrant quick.
Got you. So let's go back to the original point of the military, right? Because like you look at Chinese people, like it's all types of Asian people, but you say like race, right? So where's Japanese town in every city, in every country?
But here's the thing: why you keep trying to fight me on that? Well, you don't think African American men?
I'll tell you exactly why I'm trying to fight you on it, right?
You don't think we need we built Wall Street?
No,
right?
I dig it. I'll tell you exactly why. Yeah, I'll tell you exactly why I'm trying to fight you on that, right? Because I think it's more productive, right? Because I agree that I think black people, we need our own culture, we need our own protected things like Chinatown. I think it should be a black, whatever we're gonna call it, somewhere in every city that's just ours, right? But I'd rather talk about how do we start making that happen before I start talking about we need a black military, right? I'd rather
talk about making that happen first. I'm sorry, Ma. You can. I don't want us to talk about nothing building nothing great without talking about how we're gonna protect it first. Before you even go out there and sell dope, before you go out there and do anything, you gotta establish some respect. You gotta put fear in other men. Because just like the Black Wall Street, when black folks built all of that stuff, guess what? Them white men came in and one alleged did something to a white woman, and then they burnt that whole shit down. How you gonna build something and waste all of our time and spending all of our effort getting that money to create our own for another man to come and say, man, give me that shit. If you don't got no protection, don't build shit. That's why I don't understand what goal y'all trying to kick. The first goal is to create your own military, establish some respect before you build anything.
Yeah, JP, what year did they do Black Wall Street? What did they tear that down?
I guess it was 1914, 1912.
And what was commonly happening to black people every day?
Well, based on the story that because the white man gave us this story. You weren't there. I wasn't there. So we going on what the white man tell us. I truly believe it was a motive to steer us away from doing something like that. But what I'm still saying, you cannot create nothing without creating something to protect it. Yeah. You can't even protect your home without don't you need a gun in your home? That's a form of protection, right? So all I'm saying is you're going to build something that's that immaculate, build an infrastructure. And there's men out here that's going to, if it get too big to the point where they want it, they can come and get it at any given time. Because you don't got nothing to protect it.
Yeah, JP, do you believe in following blueprints?
Without no security and no guns.
Yeah. Do you believe in following blueprints that other people have kind of laid out? Like, oh, this person doing that, let me copy that. Do you believe that sometimes?
I believe in following the blueprint of the ones that's successful, like the white man.
Okay, so for example, it's a Chinatown in pretty much every city you go to. Do the Chinese people have a military that's going to kick the white people ass if they ever try to do something, or do they go?
The white man gave them that protection just like they gave the J community protection. They not targeting the Asians and stuff right now. They've been targeting black and what they call brown people, but mainly specifically black. I wish you would stop trying to think bro. The Asians came in and got more rights than the black man had, than the black people had. We've been fighting for these rights for 400 years. Asia came in within 12 years and got more rights than we ever had.
That's interesting.
Only rights you was given was their rights as a black man. They give you right to be a punk.
Yeah, because I'm not educated on it, so I'm just asking you questions because I want to know. So, what rights do they have that we trying to get?
You can, like, for an example, when you try to like. And it's yielded around against black people when we was going against like Asians and stuff like that. They considered to be a hate group if you say something bad about them. If you try to attack them and what the bell, that could be classified as a hate group. You going to prison. But black folks, you can call us the N-word. You can shoot us down in the middle of the street like we always been doing. And everybody go home. And this is another thing. I know this kind of off, but it's right there. It's right there. When we talk about the Black Lives Matter movement, and they say that black men kill each other more. Well, first off, we was raised by our ops. That's one. Secondly, It's not that how come we don't march when black men can whack each other. The problem is cops go home. When white people whack us, they go home. They walk. If we whack each other, we going to prison. We going to prison. So I wanted to add that in there. I'm glad we kind of on that lane. But the whites can do whatever they want to do because they are in control. If you don't like it, fine. I wanted to irritate you enough so you get mad enough and want to do something.
So we gotta move it. Let's. So what you working toward? Because you've been asking questions. Do you have a comment statement?
I think that his perception is warped, honestly, and I was just trying to like get further and further. Like I was just trying to like every small thing that he does believe. I was trying to be like, yo, I was trying to challenge it to be like, yo, is that really true? Like, is it true that we need a military because the Asians don't have a military to protect Chinatown?
Okay, so his point is they can take that shit from them whenever they want. And we have historical evidence that is documented that every time we had something of substance, they came and took it. And so the Asian man may not have the same plights, right? So he don't have to worry about that. He's protected and then pushed up, maybe propped up even. The same thing with the Jews. But he said every time that it happened with us, we couldn't protect it, and therefore they took it. That's his overarching point. Do you have a comment to that?
So I think that the times are so much different than it used to be, right? I believe in history and I believe in precedent, right?
Okay.
However, things are slightly different, but I do believe that we should have our own, to some degree, like, you know, some muscle to some degree, even though it will pale in comparison to the U.S. military. Like, it's ridiculous to even think about it. However, I still do believe that we should protect our, our neighborhoods and stuff like that. So I agree with that, but not for the point that he saying no.
Okay. All right. So let's let me get Mr. Fantastic in. He hasn't spoken yet. Okay. Yeah, I just want to get Jay Cheek. Once I get him in, then we can go back around. All right. We got like 20 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's crazy for somebody that don't know nothing about the military, that literally lives off the military, and the benefit is completely and totally off the United States government, has all this negative shit to say about the military, and opinion on the military, that again, they wouldn't even be fit to serve in the military, right? So even though there's historical context, the shit happened in 1921. Name me the motherfucking black neighborhood that's been burnt down since then. Name me the fucking black.
It's in Philly. It's in Philly, but
when was it?
It was like
1996. No, it was 1970. It's all. We'll get it, but go ahead. Continue your point, and then we'll get the something.
Okay, so that's one of how many. Again, PG County has been the most. When did they burn down PG County? Yeah.
They haven't. The move.
Okay,
move,
yeah.
move
So that
1985.
Yeah. So that kills that fucking argument. Get out of here with the bullshit.
Well.
Okay?
Let me, because I think you're making a point. I just want to make sure you have the proper devil's advocate. So what happened in PG County is they tear down Berry Farms. They tear down several projects in Washington, D.C. on the southeast side. And then those people from those demographics have to move to PG. They have to move to Waldorf. And so now the landscape changes dramatically because the demographic that's there isn't the affluent part of PG. Now they're giving people with the vouchers, they moving into PG County, they moving into Waldorf area. And now those areas become more crime ridden. So as an example, there's the MGM in DC. Do y'all know that? Or National Harbor, right? You can't get a house over there for less than $1 million, right? But they have a few apartment buildings where people moved into, and now you see break-ins and et cetera. You've seen an uptick in crime because they tear down the projects of Berry Farms to get people out of D.C., and therefore PG County suffers from it.
Yeah, but it's still like the most affluent black neighborhood in the country, right?
Money, yes, but in terms of
good with the bad, I mean, it's not gonna. That you're not gonna erase
Oxon
the
Hill,
crime
thank
rate
you,
or whatever.
No, but here's the thing, right? When you have the amount of money in PG, you wouldn't see that median income in a white neighborhood be subject to that much crime, though. You see?
Okay, but that's a nigga problem. That's not so now. Thank you. You building my
No, I don't even know if it's a thank you. I'm just giving you context of what actually happens in these affluent
it is a thank
areas.
you. Okay. No, so it is a thank you. So instead of us having to worry about the white man, we got to worry about ourselves breaking in our own shit, terrorizing our own people, killing our own people, unlike the white folks got to do, right? So yet again, a black man's greatest problem is another black man, not the white man. Get out of this white man shit, bro. You're in America. As Mont said, you literally live off of other people. If you were dropped in fucking Haiti, you would starve to death.
We all are.
Dogs and cats. Okay? If you were dropped in fucking Brazil, you would not have a pot to piss in the window to throw it out of, and you have to be trying to rob people on the streets, okay? You literally live in one of, if not the best fucking economies and situations ever, and you are the epitome of it to have the fucking nerve and audacity to come up here and challenge anything about manhood. This is why you support women being the fucking leader, because you've said it yourself. You are a fucking male baby mama.
Wait,
okay?
Mr. Fantastic.
So,
how did I help? Your point wasn't about niggas. Your point was about them destroying black neighborhoods.
It is, exactly. The black neighborhood was not destroyed. And even the black neighborhood that I use that would be the tip of the top is not destroyed by white people. It's still self-existent. And the problem that it has is internal, not external.
Well, wait.
What's the cause of that stuff?
The neighborhoods, right, that they're tearing down, that people lived in forever, right? And then when they gentrify particular areas, they put certain things in those areas become unaffordable by the people they took housing from. So if you don't think that they know the affordable housing is in the next county, which is PG, and demographics matter, you being willfully obtuse.
I'm not saying that demographics matter. What I'm missing what you're saying.
Well, because I'm listening to what you're saying, right? And I'm saying this is a known effect, right? You see, they understand if you tear down these neighborhoods, these people have to go somewhere. You know for a fact where they have to go is in PG County, which was once the most affluent black county. But what happens when you force a demographic that can't afford that county, but have Section 8 vouchers and et cetera, and they move into different apartments and such? What happens? There's a residual effect. They know these things.
Right.
Yeah, but even still,
I'm done. I just want to make sure I was clear with what I was saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, but
Can I respond to him right quick?
Hold on. Let him. I interrupted him, so that's my fault. So he got to finish what he's saying.
Either way it goes, Hamp. That is not if you get gentrified, it's niggas' fault. You sold that. You didn't keep the property up. We gotta fucking start taking responsibility. What you call it when the house isn't what do you call it? Like when it's when the property isn't up to snuff.
Not
foreclosed.
Inhabitable?
Not yeah, what's the term for it? It's a certain term.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I got you.
Damn, but now I want the term though. The term
matters.
Dilapidated.
No, it's not dilapidated. It's another thing.
Condemned.
It's a term. It's a term where they get
they condemn the property.
It's still a certain. Somebody give it to us in the chat. It'll tell us.
Condemned property is it?
Yeah, but it's another term I'm looking for. But we'll just go over that.
We'll see if we can find
either way it goes, right? That gives the fucking the authority to take the property, or you have you not paying the property taxes or whatever, so on and so forth. All these different things to where we want to blame the government, we want to blame the system when we know what the system is, and then you don't play by the rules of the system. Then you say it's the big bad white man. How and why are we the only group of people that are suffering from rules that are clearly in play? Okay, that are clearly in play. And literally wrote in black and white for you to fucking know how to dominate them, how to take advantage. And we are the only group of people, one of the original 3 groups of people, and then one of the fucking groups are less than 1% of the population at this point. It's like Native Americans make up like maybe 2% of the population.
4.
There are more Asians than Native Americans. So you mean to tell me we're one of the group of people that have been here the longest, had to go through the laws and all the shit and so on and so forth, survive the Tulsa fucking riots, survived the shit y'all talking about in Philadelphia, and today I don't know of no fucking shit that's been burnt down in my lifetime. Okay, where a black neighborhood was specifically.
Hold on, because he was conversating with me, Tiff.
Okay.
Hamp, can I ask you a question right quick?
Yeah, a real question. Yes.
Yeah. What did they call those black men that used to work for the white man and that used to work for the white man against other black men and black slaves? What did they call them?
A black man that was a slave catcher. Wasn't there a particular term for it?
Overseers.
An overseer.
A slaver.
You know, every time, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of times when you got black police officers, black military veterans, they like the overseers of white men, right? And this is why they get a lot of traction. They would Mr. Fantastic would get a lot of attention and stuff. I think he's trying to go the Tommy Sotomayor route, the Anton Dennon route to get on Fox.
JP, don't.
Okay, my bad for dropping the names, but he trying to go down that route. It's all these overseers that's been away, and I think that once black men finally do get enough balls to be a man and stand up for himself, we have to get rid of men like that immediately. Them gonna be the men gonna contradict the program, and them gonna be the men that we have to sacrifice immediately. They got to be the first ones that we have to. They outside of our opposition, they have to be the first one we have to get rid of, because if we don't, they gonna be the first hand, just like the Black Panther movement. It was always some punk, coward ass black man that come and sell us out. And if we need to learn from that story and learn from the Black Panthers to get rid of them immediately.
Okay, so you're saying that those. Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah. So my bad. So y'all was right about condemnation.
Mr. Fantastic, real quick. I think Cheeky wanted to talk about something too.
Yeah, I'll just say this real quick. So y'all was right. It's condemnation, but I was confusing with blight though. So blight is what I was thinking about. Blight, right?
Okay.
You know, when shit is like incredibly fucked up.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, man, listen, bro. I love this shit. Come and take it, nigga. All right. If you gonna remove me, please try your best. Okay. Send your gangsters, send your thugs, send your whatever the fuck piece of shit niggas that can't even own a gun in the first place. And when I fucking lay they stupid ass down, I get off easy and scot free because it's for I have no record. I shoot better than them. Okay? And I'm needed.
What makes you shoot better than somebody? Let's unpack that.
I'm an asset and a value.
How you gonna shoot better than people you never been in the shootout?
I'm an asset. I'm an asset and
hold on. Let's not. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing while nobody else was talking.
Go ahead.
I'm an asset and a value because I understand strategy. I have something to actually, give. I have a skill set. I'm not a leech on the fucking system and a burden on humanity. So again, man, that's the way you feel. And as Mont so eloquently put, being a fucking crash out and being a fucking easy body, by all means, brother, try all of those military trained veteran black men and see how it turns out for you.
Just like you got your ass whipped by one civilian. So that's one. Secondly,
but wait. That's you made your point, JP. He just responded to it. You already made your point. I think
he kept on adding.
Well, just real quick, Jake, because your point was well made and understood. He just was replying again. He didn't even push back against it. He just said, "Try it." Now that's actually the interesting part. But the key is this, right? And I'm not trying to be rude or cut nobody off. I just want to make sure we flow a little bit because Cheek been waiting. Mr. Fantastic, just the last thing on the dilapidated communities, right? The condemned. You understand that these properties, like Berry Farms as an example, is government owned. It's project housing, right? So think about this. When I'm a landlord over my house, right, and things start to fall apart, who's responsible for fixing it? And if it becomes dilapidated, it's because I'm the landlord and I allowed that to happen. You see? And just so think about when these neighborhoods are so-called so torn up and torn down, right? When they become condemned, how did they get that way in the first place? It is intentional because you have to literally ignore the issues and the problems.
No, Hamp. So maybe that's a case up north. I guess you guys were the most of that is the project housing, and that only happens as they shut the projects down and then eventually demolish them.
But think about it though. The project is so dilapidated and condemned when it's owned by the government that now they have to shut it down. Well, why didn't they fix it up? Why did they allow it to get to such a poor state? See, this stuff is intentional. We can't just ignore these factors. All I'm saying.
This is intentional. It's not that it's intentional as much as it is. Let's really walk this down just real quick.
Real quick. Yeah, I'm done, Cheek. You can jump in.
So the vast majority of these projects were built early on when lead was possible, when lead was legal, and lead wasn't known to be these different things.
For pipes,
so what happens is, not just pipes, and then what was the other shit, Hamp? Well, yeah, asbestos.
And asbestos,
right?
yeah.
So what happens is, Hamp, that's most of the cases, the most majority. They aren't building fucking brand new projects for the post, and they actually changed we know this. They've actually changed the way that project housing is to look more like modern townhomes. They don't even do and stack everybody up on top they used to. So a lot of the dilapidation and the reason for moving the people is, for one, health code, and then two, it didn't make sense and it wasn't affordable to try and rehab or revamp these buildings that were full of lead and what's name.
That's what they do. They lie to you like that, right? So asbestos is in what particular part of the house? Because that is the most. Paint. No, asbestos is in insulation, right? That's where they were finding a lot of that. Insulation
well, asbestos and lead. So asbestos, lead paint, and lead piping.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, right? A lot of that isn't truly that expensive. The piping is probably the most, you know. But they had city and ordinance and mandates to where you had to repipe your house, right? And so the plastic that we have nowadays, what's it called? You know, the pipes that we use now. What is it? PCP pipes? Right? PCP pipe. Yeah. It's already laid. PVC. It's already laid out. PVC, not PCP. Yeah, dang, this nigga. I watched Training Day yesterday. But you see, all of that is not actually uberly expensive like they try to make it seem. You know, because I had to do it to an older house that I bought. Right? I had to get the iron pipes out of there. Pause. You know, but they can tell you anything, Mr. Fantastic. Whole time the government lets you charge them 40% over retail. Right? The government mismanaged money all the time. Didn't they find $50 million in condoms going to Iraq? So don't tell me you can't fix up buildings that already exist to code. That don't make sense.
Hey, can I make this one?
No, JP. Right, God damn it. I wasn't even supposed to be talking. I keep taking the mic myself. Yo, because I want Cheeky to go.
He made an interesting point. He made an interesting point. Nobody caught it.
All right, real quick, and then we go.
He said that black people was taking each other out. He made that point, but he ignored the fact how this white man was coming at Cheeky, basically talking about he wanted to start a dictatorship against black people. Whatever he says goes. But the first person Fantastic came up and addressed, instead of addressing that white man, he addressed me. Ain't that synonymous with the very hood that he talking about? Instead of black people going against other people, we fight amongst each other. Well, Fantastic literally just did that. Instead of come up here addressing the Johnson about his viewpoints of trying to basically put us back in slavery and then do what we is told to do by the white man, he did not address that white man at all. His punk ass came up here and addressed me because he felt more comfortable and it's more easier to address, which is the same thing that he alleged that black men do in the hood.
You know, so I heard the conversation. I heard the back end of the conversation. I heard the back end of the conversation between Cheeky and Josh. I never heard once Josh say anything about putting black people back in slavery. I think a lot of their conversation was based off of political ideology and, you know, so on and so forth. It was a lot of talk about force, but I never heard the big bad white man, and I don't think Josh is big or bad, you know, in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Talk about doing anything to black people as a whole. Now, I think he was speaking from an American standpoint, and he's talking about an American ideology. But if you took what Josh said as putting, you know, I guess for all intents and purposes, niggas back in chains, it just further proves your arrested development in understanding and comprehensibility. So, Josh, do you believe black people should be back in slavery?
Only if they're registered DNC voters. Everybody else gets to stay.
Oh, so hold on. Would you include white people in that one too?
Yes.
Also, it's not just black people; it's just everybody.
Yeah, half our white trash would go instantly gone.
Okay, so it's equal. Okay, all right.
That made it better because he put a little few white folks in slavery.
All right, let me read these and get Cheeky in. We got limited time. Let me read these and get Cheeky in. Jay Miller with the 10 says, I lost count of how many times I saw my people throw empty chicken boxes and McDonald's bags out on the parking lot. We destroy our communities, then blame the government. It's time for accountability. Hey, I 100% agree with you. I used to go out on Saturday mornings where I used to live in DC and do like a cleanup. There was like a couple stores across the street. And when they see me and my two daughters coming, my oldest daughters, they would start picking up shit and scrambling. But these places aren't getting condemned from empty wrappers. They're getting condemned because of the state of the buildings and the infrastructures. Right?
And the requirements that got to be upheld.
Yeah, 100%. Like somebody said, cheat just now. What about personal accountability? The landlord is responsible to update the paint, the pipes, the fixtures. That's not the same thing, right? Bronze number 100. Salute my brother. Hope all is well. Jesse Lee was popping with the $5. Says Tulsa was rebuilt a few years afterwards. Please stop the crying. Elam with the $5 says more of a chance getting off in the states than hostile territories. We ADOS black men built the military, JP, and I defend America, not a color. Elam with the $5 says I have 4 years of deployment time, and I went to the military to fast track my ability to provide for my family, also to get out of the projects. Naked with the $5 says, are you a Jesuit, Josh? No.
No, I'm actually a staunch atheist that happens to be a Christian nationalist too.
Yeah. Fat Boy with the $5 says, what boxing gear should I go buy to train with? You should get, well, Fat Boy, you got money, man. So I recommend you get you some Clito Reyes gloves. And I think you'll be okay.
A jump rope first.
And they gonna jump. He gonna jump and end up in the basement. Reaper with the $10 says, salute, Hamp. If you pay taxes, you should have a vote. Oh, I read this one. Cheek, what's good, man?
That was wild. You should have said that shit.
I'm just saying, man. Fat Boy, you met Fat Boy, nigga. He ain't lying about nothing, nigga.
Nigga's not little. Don't get in a fight with him. All right, but
can we get some clarification about the taxes? Are they talking about property taxes, or just like sales tax?
General tax.
If it's property, if it's property tax, I give them a right to vote. Sales tax, no.
Right. Okay.
People
so
know.
Again, like then that would go back to taxation without representation, right? And I know you don't believe in rights, but that's where we are just staunchly not going to agree. My point, or the thing I want to bring up, Hemp, was, oh fuck, it was we was talking about Sherelle had brought up casualties of war. What's it called? Not casualties, but the byproduct, like people that die by accident.
Collateral damage.
Collateral damage. There we go. Not casualties, but collateral damage. Right. I think that a lot of the things that we see today, right, because we dealt with a lot of, white people have done these things in the most direct way, like burning down Tulsa, burning down Wall Street, breaking. But the things that we don't talk about, which mean you have talked about before, is the psychological, religious, and spiritual aspect, and the way that they studied how to do that and break that down as well, right? So again, I'm never opposed to self accountability, because I think that's ridiculous, right? I don't think you should bypass that, but the accountability and how to measure out where and who it goes to, it gets more complicated when you start to realize it was actually a study experiment. Black people are literally guinea pigs to a lot of psychological and sociological warfare, to the point where it changed the literal genetics of how Black people move about and operate. Not only that, but the structure of our entire, local governments and city governments will also determine. Like, for example, the reason why Atlanta traffic and highway is bad is due to racism. I'm not even making that up. The reason why they had it in the way that they do, I-25 going to circle. The reason why is because they was trying to exclude Black neighborhoods from having easier access to get to Atlanta, simply because Black people, they didn't want Black people there. So a lot of these things, these complications, the things that we experience, when you look at the history and why they even came about and the way they're structured, is literally due to try to exclude Black people from the things that they're now considered entitled to or have rights to. So this thing is much more complicated than just, oh, the white man bad. I would agree, generally speaking, that's a good sentiment to have, but I'm not going to make that an excuse for self-accountability. But I'm also not going to sit here and say the war on drugs or Ronald Reagan didn't have anything to play with when it comes to our mentality, or why our communities have failed in certain areas as well too. Like, I'm not going to be obtuse about that. You get what I'm saying?
To Chicky's point.
No, that's what's up.
I mean, just to Chicky's point, when y'all are talking, like, nobody brought up eminent domain. They're like, I don't need to burn your neighborhood if I can write a tax code and seize it. Like, the fact that hemp that you're talking about.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, me and Relly.
Okay, because like that needs to be discussed. Eminent domain is hurting a lot of Black neighborhoods. If you look and see where the stadium was built in Dallas, they tore down Black homeowners. So what happens is the people that do own homes those homes get selected and they build on top of that. Like, we can't act like there's not systemic things happening and that Black people are just out here just aimless.
It's a little less for a stadium. What they do, those are actual, like, those operate differently. But you know, one older example, Seneca Village.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all know, like in New York City.
At Central Park now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, they built a lot of stuff through there, and that was one of the more affluent neighborhoods, right? Then you'd have to live in this city on top of each other, you know? So these things do happen, and there is a disparity on who they happen to.
Right.
Which is, I was listening to what Cheek saying, I'm like, oh, Seneca Village popped in my head. You know?
Yeah, so are we saying that this only happens to Black people and it never happens to any other?
No, Mr. Fantastic. I said disparity. So you know that means it's uneven, but it happens. Disparity.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But how we? That's what I'm saying. So we don't live in. We're going across, I guess, like the urban areas that we're familiar with: Philly, New York, I guess Chicago or whatever, Baltimore, these places, right? Mm-hmm. But we're not even talking about your, I guess, Denver, North Dakota, and all these other places that have equal, and then out in the West Coast, which would be, you know, a lot of these different places. So my thing is, though, at the end of the day, the government is going to, be it state or federal, right? Hey, we need this property. We're going to buy it from you, okay? Or we just go come and take it, which the come and take it part is, especially nowadays, a lot harder for them to do.
Eminent domain has compensation. So that's that. Let's just clear that up. Eminent domain you get compensated. Fair market value.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for saying that, Him. Yeah. Motherfuckers are like, oh, they just throw them out on the street. They don't get nothing for it.
No.
So again, so we had these conversations. It's very, very.
You don't get nothing for it.
It's very, very well. Again, a nigga that's been homeless his whole life doesn't have nothing to talk about property.
You don't get near about what you pay for.
A nigga that's been homeless his entire life has no knowledge of property. You're not in this conversation.
It's fair market.
So as I was saying, so yeah, and none of you will never know nothing about. So listen, this is what we talking about, right? Black people have to find a way and a means, as you've already always done, because niggas say you shouldn't even buy houses. Okay, niggas say, "Oh man, buying a house don't make no sense." You know, I'll just go rent and whatever, right? Mind you, you know, hey, even though historically in America the number one way to wealth is real estate, right? Right? If it's nothing but the motherfucking pass down to your family and go on and so on and so forth, right? So Black people, yet again, as Mont so graciously put, continue to try and operate outside of known tactics to be successful, and to ignore all of the things that the successful people are doing and keep blaming the white man. When are we going to change that? When are we going to do what the fucking Asians do, what the Arabs do, hell, even what the Indians do, what the Africans do? When are we going to start just copying motherfuckers' answers to the test? Okay?
They copied us.
No, the
I just said that, though. They
copy us and outdo us. That don't make sense.
Fantastic. I'll start off the conversation with that. I said that every other race of men, when they be having these political arguments, I said one thing they all have in common is that they have a military. Before you talk about bro,
show me the African military in America. Show me the African military in America.
You talking about United States?
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
I think.
Show me the African military. Show me the Asian military. Show me the Indian military. Show me the Arab military. Stop talking about the military, bro.
You come up here, you come in with that smoke like you one of my baby mamas or something. Bro, I think you kind of confused about your sexuality. Because ain't no way in the world you come up here every time.
JP, come on, JP, come on.
Military got him, though,
yeah, but I don't even want to start because then we lose the value of the conversation. There's been too many great offerings. This is what I'm saying.
I'm ignoring it, Him.
Here's what I'm saying.
I'm ignoring.
All right. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, so let me say this. Yo, let me say this, JP. That's on me. I apologize then, because I should have called it the disrespect, but I let it slide. I shouldn't have let that happen. So I'm asking both of y'all now not to go that route. Now that I'm paying attention, the whatever happened previously was my fault. That's on me.
Again, bro, I'm speaking in general. Okay, I'm speaking to the topic. I don't know how me asking and questioning what different nationality of men inside America could be offensive or targeting someone other than attacking the argument and not the individual. But again, you make a not so wise reply. I should be able to give a wise answer and counter. Right. Again, man. If you do not understand the military and the simplicity or the complexity, just stop talking about it, man. Okay.
Well, no, what I was saying is they got a level of respect from the powers that be, like the J community. They got a level of respect from the government. The agents, they got a level. Dude, you've been here fighting for your rights for 400 years. The agents come in and get them in 12 years.
42 years old. I'm 42 years old. It's
Mexicans, they got a level of respect in America. Like every other race in America got way more respect than you do. First off, they allowed the Menendez brothers and gave them welfare $3,500 more than they ever gave the blacks. Bro, is you cool? They literally was employing illegal immigrants.
JP, I think that every time you do make a point that you think is strong, we can easily rebuttal it. But then, like for example, when I rebutted the military point that you made that all races have a military, the first thing you did was take my example and say, oh, they don't count. They kind of like. It is a different situation, right? But even the situations you're talking about right now, you're saying that Mexicans get treated amazing and black people don't. While right now everybody's complaining about how Mexicans getting treated, it's like I don't know what you're talking about.
I think when it comes down to the Mexicans, I truly believe it was a bad business deal that the government is not going to tell you. You got to keep in mind all of the drugs that used to build these states like Florida and many other states. It was coming from Mexico. All this fentanyl and crack and stuff was coming from Mexico. That's why the border that I drove past, got my van stripped twice, is nothing but Mexican policemen, Mexicans policing the border. So I think it was more of a bad business deal that they ain't never going to share you because you're not that. You don't mean nothing. You just a follower. So they ain't never going to share. But all I'm trying to say, when you boil everything down, and nothing that I said didn't make sense at all. It's just that you don't got the balls to see it from a different perspective. Only way you view life is from being subjective and subjectified and being what's that word? Was servants. Yeah. So when you look at life from a servant and a feminine perspective, you're not gonna understand nothing I'm saying.
So JP, right? So I can prove that what I was saying was not subjective. I was trying to just dismantle each of your points, right? So.
Not subjective. What's that? Subjugated. Subjugated.
Okay. Well, just
y'all look at life from a subjugated perspective, so you can't understand what I'm saying.
Got you. So tell me the people in America, the groups of people in America, right, that have their own militaries.
Well, they got countries that they go to that has their own military. Most of the majority of the races that's in America. This is why I think it's stupid for America to allow all these other races up in here as if they don't got a home base outside of America. We the only ones, we're not connected, although Africa has their own military, but we don't have no bond and connection with, we goes against Africans. So we don't have that lineage or that direct land that we could go back home and side with the Africans like every other race do. The Mexicans, they got the cartels, they got everybody. The Asians, they got their people. The Indians, they got their people. African Americans is in the pockets of white men. We got to depend on white men to fight white men.
Here's the argument, Mont and Mr. Fantastic. And I'm gonna read this super chat. All right. I think we draw a false equivalency, right? I think you can equivocate more accurately the Native American, right? He's dismantled and destroyed. And they give him a couple reservations with a couple of casinos, right? You can't remove those people, so what do you do to them? How do you treat people that can and cannot be removed? When we look at the three populations of people that were here, what are the allocations to black people specifically? Because we know the Italians got the fire department. We know that the unions were created and black people weren't allowed. We know that redlining puts you in particular places of property that doesn't appreciate. So that's the argument that we need to understand, right? Because you got people come from different places, that's different. But when the three groups that were here, let's weigh against those and see what the disparities are.
Okay. on the specific points you just made, I'm not really super educated on what Italian people got and all that type of stuff to argue that point.
Right.
However, the redlining point, you're saying that they put black people in places that in area codes that didn't appreciate.
Yeah, that's what redlining did. You didn't have access to particular areas.
It's interesting because I know where I'm from in Philly, the property value is skyrocketed, and that's where all black people live. If that makes sense, like in South everywhere. Honestly, I ain't gonna hold you.
Well, that's because they got rid of redlining, right? It's illegal to do so. So now the property, any property you have now, is going to appraise itself, which is why eminent domain and things like that will directly affect the overall value of black family or black ownership. If you say I'll give you $160,000 for a condo or a a project, but 10 years from now, because they know this, right? This is information that's not unknown if you know any bit of real estate. Of course, the government, especially if it's willing to use black people as a guinea pig or get them out the fucking way, is going to go, yeah, I'll give you 160 for it, but it's going to be worth a mill 10 years from now. So although we're saying with eminent domain, you get some level of compensation, it's never equipped to actually give you the appraisal value worth.
Come on,
right?
Chief.
And that's just simple real estate fact.
Read
That's
it for me, Chief. Can you see? I can't hear you. Check.
Muted, I think.
Is he? Maybe not laughing with us.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
okay. All right. The lie detector one says he talked about protecting what we build, but hates the military. But hates the military that protects him from all other military. However, he's just okay with the black military. Willie MF Beeman says ending up like JP is the strongest argument anyone needs for legalizing 10-month abortions. That's crazy. Anna says JP is like cheating, always wrong, but sometimes feel right, but really is just wrong. Lie Detector says JP has a lot of theory with no practicality. Ask him what has the contribution to any community. What has he contributed to any community? What structure has he created at home? What example has he modeled that resembles his theory?
Can I answer that right quick?
No, it'd be taking
I'm
too
contributing.
long. It'd be taking too long, JP. I got to get through these. I got to go. Hold on.
Right. Black Wall Street. You got it.
Black Wall Street destroyed in 1921. We never fully rebuilt it to its former strength. Damn it. One second. Rachai Media with the 50 ball says several factors prevented Black Wall Street from ever reaching its original prominence. 2 being urban renewal and highway construction, 1950s and 1970s. Willie in the building. This does not equal the extension. This was sent a little earlier, but I appreciate my brother Willie in the building. Salute for the 100 ball. Let me read it real quick. Jay Prince is the eye-walking recruitment video for Klan and the legalization of ownership of slaves. Jay Prince is the walking recruitment video for the Klan and the legalization of ownership of slaves. If everything wrong with our people was a person, it would be him. All right, JP, you want to respond to that other one? Did you want to respond to what's the one? This one. Go ahead.
Asking what has he contributed? I contributed one, the thought that the ignored thought that we've been ignoring since the civil rights movement, when they gave us American dream, which is one thing about a dream, you can be woken up to reality, right? That dream didn't lead us nowhere into liberation nor freedom or empowerment amongst us or no unified. We didn't build nothing off the American dream that was for black folks. So I'm reintroducing the mind state of the original black people before the black fathers got removed from their homes, and let's get back onto that program instead of talking about oh, I got a Benz, I got a house, because you need a house, you need a car to make sure your confidence at a certain level. Without that house in that car, you feel like Mr. Fantastic, driving around 8-10 hours to get ghosted by a bitch. So that's one. I think that I love the way that I think. I think that the Black community need a voice like Jay Prince for president that's gonna really acknowledge both sides. And yes, I am a contradiction, because life is a contradiction. There's nuances to everything. You forgetting about the emotions about everything. You forgetting about when it's not just like YouTube when it's all or nothing. In real life, you have contradictions. For an example, I'd rather my nephews know to date a lot of women, but my nieces and the daughters cannot. That's a contradiction.
That's not a contradiction.
Contradictions.
That's not a contradiction.
Right. So we got $10 towards the goal. You bought us about 3 minutes. Well, whatever the math is, I don't know. But
2 seconds and a half.
Yeah,
I'm about to end this shit.
So we need to hit it, or I got shit to do. And I haven't been doing that for a long time. We just been leaving at the 3-hour mark, honestly.
Hold on, what you said how much the extension?
$100 to the Cash App. We got 10 so far. So let me reintroduce this real quick, right? We were talking about prescriptions. We were talking about collateral damage as it pertains to the community holistically. We got caught up on a couple different things about what is and what's not. Here's a couple of things I introduced, right? You got to be married to vote. You have to own property to vote. No more my body, my choice as it pertains to abortion. Excluding the factors of rape, molestation, incest, because I don't want to get caught up there. So we'll make exceptions for those things, right? Which are I think the minority, right? Is that right? There was a couple other things I said, but those are a few things that I had put on the table in terms of getting some
all or none.
Say again, please.
All or none.
All or none. What you mean?
Yeah, all or none. Fantastic. If you don't meet those qualifications,
if you don't meet all the qualifications, that's 1% of Black people.
No, it's shit. I think 49% of the homeowners are married, and then
but 28% of the Black people, but only 30% of Black people are married. So there will be 49%. So of the homeowners. What percentage of Black people are homeowners? So you're talking percentages of percentages of percentages.
Yeah,
it's going to be less than 10%.
Why does the criteria have to be loose? But you see what you're trying to do? You're trying to loosen it to include more people who don't deserve it.
Now you're counterintuitive to what your goals are.
What you mean?
So you have to have. Well, quite easily, we're talking about voting, correct?
Well, we're talking about voting, yes. Right, but the structure has more benefits than just to the voting aspect. You see, I'm saying this privilege, you have to qualify.
Should be connected to those.
So here's the thing, right? When you want to pledge like a fraternity, right? Not talking about if you like the fraternities, but if you want to pledge, you have to have a certain GPA. If you want to play football in college, you have to have a certain GPA and an SAT score. If you can't do these things, you can't play. And you have the ability and access to these things. If you choose not to do them, that's on you. But why do we have to have such a low bar for our people? Because we need different prescriptions if we want to improve.
Yeah, but the problem is you're being counterintuitive to what your ultimate goal is. So
what's my
all the
ultimate
things
goal?
you're talking about
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
So everything you're talking about is a voluntary, non-necessary thing. Pledging is not necessary. You don't need that for a government. You don't need that for a community. You don't need football for a community. Okay, you're talking about something as serious, as impactful as making. Well, the analogy doesn't fit. Is what I'm saying. So we're talking about something that is a fundamental right and need for progression within a governmental system. So the least amount of numbers you have, the least impactful it's going to be for you voting. It's going to be just like you're not voting at all. So if you cut down where you already 13% of the population, and then you add all these other stipulations to it, to where we know, like I said, by just my guessing off the top of my head, all the procedures, all the things you're giving is definitely going to be under 10% of people. So now it's counterintuitive, and you have to wait generations upon generations upon generations before it even be effective.
So for the community of people,
huh?
I guess this is what I'm saying.
Well, let me. Can I ask? A white man, boy. Fantastic. Let me ask you this, and I'm not saying I agree with it. Do you think those things would incentivize an increase of marriage, and a decrease in abortions and things like that in the black community? If they were okay. So now that we got that part, that's where I think me and Hamp I disagree as well. What was your prescription? What is your prescription to that, if not Hamp's?
Well, I just heard the voting part, so I didn't hear everything else that came with it. But
so
already understanding that we have a very, very low turnout for voting. This is what I'm saying. So there's no incentive for something that people aren't already incentivized to do.
Let me see.
But he's not tying it just to voting.
I'm saying there's residual effects. I'm saying that there has to be something in limbo or contingent, right?
Right.
So if there's if there's nothing you're risking by not following these prescriptions, then a lot of people aren't going to do it. There has to be. That's why I use the things. When people want something, they strive towards it. That's why I was using playing a sport or whatever the case is. So if people want to vote, if people want to qualify, then they'll try to meet the parameters, because we have, in my opinion, we don't have any prescriptions that we need to sustain at this point, or very few and far between, and we're looking at 2053 on the verge. So what we do know is married. 1 second, right? And it's very important that if you're replying to me, reply to what I'm saying. Okay? So because I'm not even finished saying it, right? So I'm simply saying I know that married people have more money. I know that married people own 50% of the houses. So I'm just looking at these things. I know a community is a group of families. I know kids that come from 2-parent households are doing better. So I put voting in contention, but you could put something else in there. Go ahead, JP. Well, but let's be concise and succinct so we can get the proper back and forth. Go ahead, JP.
So this is where I disagree with you at.
Okay.
One, even if they don't meet these qualifiers, they still got to live on this land, this soil.
Yep.
Secondly, I don't think y'all realize that y'all have adopted the white man Eurocentric beliefs on things. Like, as a black person, y'all constantly trying to put slave resistance and restrictions on black people because they don't add up. Guess what? None of us add up. Not even you, Hamp. You don't add up to what black men need to be. You don't. You don't got no power. You don't got no influence. You don't got no type of thing. So if we're gonna, why is us black folks always try to look to other black people to try to put who on this bar, who gonna set this bar from black people? Because I'm only gonna listen to a motherfucker that's got power. Okay. Fuck a motherfucker that's talking. If you don't got no power, you can keep that shit. And majority of the black population, including the women and the children, not gonna listen to you because you just running your mouth. If you don't got no power, you don't got nothing. Let's have a conversation in this real raw totality, because we always have had people that comes to our black neighborhoods talking. We got granddaddies and uncles that nobody gives a fuck about nor listen to. They're speaking the same shit that y'all do. Ain't nobody listening to them.
Hey, JP, question.
They don't got no influence. They don't got no impact.
Real quick, let's baseline.
They will listen to me before they listen to y'all.
Real quick, let's
a fact.
Let's baseline it. How do you quantify power? What are the metrics?
It's like Josh.
What?
It's like the J community. It's like the Asians.
Lay it down. But give me the actual descriptors. Like, don't just give me the community. What do they have?
Okay.
What do individual men have, right? So what do those individual men have?
Okay, for an example, they have the benefit of the doubt. They don't have these stumbling blocks that's waiting for them, is watching them, waiting for them to fall so they can destroy them.
Like what?
So they can put them in dungeons. Like the government literally wait for us and watch us. Like, for an example, you go to an all-white community and have a good time. Police, nobody go to jail.
Okay, so you're saying that they're not prosecuted. They're not persecuted and prosecuted at the same way.
and they not getting these overlooks, and then in the
wait. You saying that they think about what you're saying? You saying that they have power because they're not prosecuted in the same way?
I'm just saying all of it. They got a clean slate. They get the benefit of the doubt. They get treated like humans. They get looked at and viewed in a humane perspective. We get viewed in an animalistic point of view. So basically, when we walk past, they lock their doors.
Okay.
They when
so now,
with us, they pull out before they ask us our names.
But do you understand power though? Because you're saying influence, right? So you're saying I have to influence people in a way which you think is positive, right? But if you walk by somebody and they curl up, are you saying that makes you powerless?
Yeah, that make you powerless because it created distrust, like they like dude said in the Willie Lynch letter, always distrusted the Negro, right? And so basically what I'm saying is that like when it comes to black folks' power, we have to address these people that beat. I think like I've been hearing a lot of fantastic. He got the mindset if you can't beat them, join them. He embodied that. And it didn't do nothing for us but keeping us subjugated. All I'm saying is that if you want to gain power, we have to create our own laws. We're the only people that believe in another God that don't represent us or look like us.
1 second.
Every other race of person got their own God.
1 second. Are you saying that the Asian man is powerless?
No, no.
Okay, but slow down.
Because Asian,
slow down. Because the Asian man quite literally adopted the entire ideology of the white man to get on high monetarily speaking, and you're saying that he has power.
So what he did was he used the white man blueprint as manhood. I'm saying that's what we need to do. If we want to, we don't need to learn from our black ancestors that lost the fight. They can't teach us nothing but how to lose.
Oh,
right?
okay, JP. So let's just go slower. Let's go slower. I'm trying to. I understand it. Okay, so adopting the blueprint, right? But they still live. Okay, but they still live under this governmental system, and they don't have their own military.
No, but what they do have is they got respect and they got respect from the people, the powers that be. So they don't really need the powers that be allowing them to gain these resources to take that stuff back home and build their military stronger and stronger every day.
Okay.
Every other race has that, but African Americans don't have no respect from no other races of men.
They not going back home. America is home.
Okay. So you saying that there's no? Hold on, real quick, Josh. I'm about to be done, Josh. You could jump in. Also, I need to check this extension.
Oh, okay.
So just so I'm clear, JP, you're saying I don't even have the opportunity to gain power is because I don't have respect of other men simply because of my skin color, and also I don't have a country of my own. If you say this isn't our country.
So now
no. Answer me direct, right? Let me say it again, right? Because of my skin color and how it's viewed, I can't obtain power, nor do I have a country that I can go back to since this isn't mine. So that's why they don't need to respect me.
That's some of them, and then you're not unified with your own group. Your race is individuals. For y'all to be at the bottom, y'all move from an individual mindset. You don't got you're not no threat. They could get rid of HAMP like that, then the whole movement got dead.
Okay.
Right? We can't just get rid of no Asians. They gonna move collectively. The whites got power collectively.
Keep it right there. Keep it right there, JP. Okay, so you're saying that we individualize, right? So we don't have community, right? So it's easy to pick us apart because I don't have nobody protect. I don't have a hedge around me to protect me. Also, my skin color has a innate distrust, right?
Yeah.
And then I don't got nowhere to go, so they could treat me however, and they don't have to respect me because what I'm gonna do about it? Okay, I understand this point.
It's like living in somebody else's house. It's like him.
No. You said, yeah. I was just saying. I just wanted to condense it. Yeah. So as soon as it's almost like JP like this, right? It's like if one rule I tell a nigga, never move in with a woman. You saying that's the same type of shit that we under?
That's what we under. Okay, we asking for equality.
All right, no, you good, JP. I just wanted to clean it up so we can get a proper retort. Because those points is the points he's making. Now Josh was trying to go and Mr. Fantastic was making faces, which I assume he wanted to talk also. And I think Mount was trying to talk too. Oh yeah, I'll bring you up. I'll bring you up.
Add everything.
I think Josh though. I think Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to question the premises, but it doesn't matter. You already did it. Let Dragon or Fantastic go.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Or
So,
Cheeky. Give Cheeky.
Yeah.
I actually want to hear a little bit more from Cheeky.
Yeah, well, you go ahead. So, listen, man. This ideology that somehow, again, I'm going to say this, and I said it earlier, but people probably can't comprehend. And the original people in this country, okay, were the quote unquote natives, okay, white people, and then African American people that were brought here, right? The original big three. This is your home, whether you like it or not. You can't go anywhere. You can't even go back to Africa. That's not your home, okay? We're not the only people that suffer this. Do you hear people in Brazil saying that it's not their home? Why are we the only motherfuckers making this fucking stupid argument in 2026? This is home. Figure a fucking way out. Niggas made it out of slavery. You mean to tell me in the days of AI and motherfucking cell phones, cryptocurrency, and every fucking thing else, you can't figure a way out to motherfucking make money and be successful when everybody else around you is doing it? This shit is horrible, dog. All we do is make excuses about why we as a group are not being fucking successful in the most successful fucking place on the planet. But you got people that literally come from fucking mud huts and rice paddies that get here and figure it out in lesser time. This shit is sad. But because a nigga understand it, and he's like, hey man, well, hey, and Mont said the same shit. All we gotta do is adopt the shit. And I think Hemp fucking, alluded to it. I'm not saying he necessarily said that, but he put it on the Asians, as the Asians took the prescriptions of the white people and applied it, and not only motherfucking matched, but beat the white people. Once you make yourself so fucking the system dependent upon you, you can't be removed. That's not the fucking white man protecting him. It's the Asian and the Indian making their own protection by making them fucking irreplaceable. But stupid niggas don't understand that. You have to have a certain level of intellect, okay, and understanding of systems and strategy to understand that if and when you have a certain amount of skill set, okay, or the system is dependent upon you in certain areas, you don't have to worry about being quote unquote took out. Niggas is talking about shit that happened before they fucking even existed or were thought about as excuses as to why we're not successful currently. But hey, man, it is what it is, dog.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Addressed his point though.
Well,
I addressed every point. What a point did I miss?
It's always the particular point that you made, that you addressed more directly, is this is your homeland, and then he's saying simply take advantage. Sorry, go ahead, Chief. Go ahead. You said it, so go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, that's part of JP's point, right? The fact that we are in America and this is our quote unquote homeland due to forcibility and not necessarily due to natural selection or us being here all from the start is part of why JP is saying there's no respect, right? You can say you disagree, and I think generally you would just say you disagree, but I think that's what he was getting at and alluding to, and I think generally speaking, even people of other races, including like immigrants that come here, they have a lack of respect too, and they will say something similar to what JP was saying, like you're not from here. Like I don't know if you've seen that Haitian girl that was like, you dirty black Americans, you don't even know where you're from, and she was trying to
clean basically,
it up. She's a Haitian.
Yeah, but what
who gives a fuck?
That's not the point. Fantastic.
Basically, what I'm saying is, I would have had our.
Wait, JP. I think because I know if you talk, it's gonna go left. I don't know, not for you, but fantastic. The fact that we're in the position we're in is it goes more to JP's point as to why the respect level may not be there amongst people that have another place to claim as home. From origin.
Cheeky, no, that's still cap. It's still bullshit.
Okay,
These people,
okay.
We're
Go
too
ahead.
far into the game, and too many generations removed from the immigrants and so on and so forth. You don't have this very, very high, constant fucking immigration point of where it's just more and more brand new Asians than there are people that have been here for generations on generations, and they're just American. There are however many generations deep of Asians. You don't have a fucking truckload of fucking new Asians that's coming here every year. And no, bro, that's not what it is. You're framing this shit falsely to make a horrible fucking weak ass argument. You don't need someone. These people that are here now, they not fucking going back to motherfucking India or going back to China. Because why? Why you gonna go back there and be poor? They left from there because we're fucking poor and destitute and no fucking opportunity.
Okay, so I guess the better question is, do you place any importance on cultural origin?
Cultural, that's a totally different argument. Of course, obviously, the culture.
Okay, right. So before we go into that, I need to break it down. So yes, you place some importance on cultural origin. Why? Why do you place importance on cultural origin?
But the cultural origin origin has a frame set and still is a system. The cultural origin says, hey, man, woman, marriage, family, child.
Right. Depending on the area of
the vast majority of them agree with that.
Yeah.
All of the foreign,
I'm not disagreeing. I mean,
the further east you go, the further east you go, that's the concept.
Right. So, but also not just family structure. It comes other things as well, like vocabulary, language, spirituality, cultural understanding, certain things like that. Right. Do you think that those things, if passed down to a generation, passed down generation to generation, would help establish a foundation of what it means to be you, some level of cultural identity? Do you think that's important to have?
Yes, but we are the group of people that choose not to do that for whatever reason. That's not on nobody outside of us. That's an internal issue. We have so my question would be, do black people not have the ability, like every other group of people, to pass down morals, values, and principles?
I would agree they do. It's just the point that I think JP is making is the origin of those moral values and principles aren't our own. They've been something that we've adopted.
That's bullshit, though.
Wait. Fantastic. I'm not saying that. I want you to just think about what.
Well, again, I hate y'all. I hate y'all fucking being a translator for a stupid nigga, for one, because
bro, y'all
are making points. Y'all are making points he couldn't even fathom or think to put together. So now I gotta fight against a motherfucker that's building on top of shit and actually motherfucker turning it into something. Yeah. So now that I'm talking to Cheeky, Cheeky, this is where your argument fucking fucks up, right? This is where all this shit falls apart.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, all this shit falls apart is black people found a way to overcome slavery. Once we overcome slavery and do all these things, we were doing some of the best that we were ever fucking doing up until, as a group, until fucking integration. Once integration happened and niggas can sit on the white man's toilet and eat next to the white man in his motherfucking restaurant, now niggas separate and start doing all this crazy shit. We were much worse off from a financial standpoint, from a fucking a sociological standpoint, when we were quote unquote oppressed, but we were together. When niggas were given quote unquote freedom, this is where we started to go away from all the principles and values that helped us survive and stay where we at to get where we were. So this is why I'm saying my shit is already proof positive and evidence, and it's there. We've already done it. Right, so why have we removed from it and chose not to return to it when everybody else is using that same framework in their own way, in their own culture, to be successful?
Let me say this right quick. Well, all you have to do is look at other cultures and realize what we not doing, what they are doing, and they are more successful. For an example, we could say that Mexicans, they live in a large number. They have a large number group of people living in their house. Why? They become more successful. That's how they own all of them blocks in the hood. They got all these food trucks. Where these degenerate black folks, they individuals talking about, they laugh at me for getting food truck. They let it know you ain't moving in their house. That's one. Secondly, when you talking about we are Americans, if that was the case, why do we get singled out by Black American, African American, woo out the bam? And also, why is it, if we all are just Americans? Because in other countries, they don't. If you say you're a Mexican, you just all Mexicans, right? So they got to divide us amongst us, right? So that's one. And then within part of that division, we get the very percentage of that pie of being in America. The only little 14th Amendment gave us a little piece of that pie, right? So, but if we all just Americans, how come we still got disadvantages when it comes to the court of law based on our African, that small percentage of the pie? We get done wrong. The courts will tell you that. The police will tell you that in work environments. This is why they had to imply the DEI, because black folks weren't really getting hired like that because of they people want to just stick to their own. It comes down to banks, redlining, buying houses. So that little piece of pie that you keep trying to say, we Americans. One thing, I don't care if these people come from a mud hub. What they do have that we don't got is that they got their own. You can build from there. You sit up here talking about we successful. Yeah, this is the American shit, and they gonna let you know it every single day. And then they make you compromise your manhood for that shit every single day. How many black men gotta sit up here and watch another man to tell him that you can't discipline your kids? You gotta see your kids on a weekend. Right, your woman don't have to listen to you.
Condense it.
Okay, condition. Your wife don't have to listen to you. So at the end of the day, yeah, they might got mud huts, but they got their own land where you got to be up in this rich land getting subjugated and treated like a bitch to the point where you got to self-inflict and come at me who don't give a fuck about you. We supposed to be on the same squad, but since you became an overseer for the government,
can I speak to that?
Yeah, let me get what's up, EBD? Let me get EBD then Rock because they haven't spoken.
I mean, it's a good conversation, but I mean, I would say the prescription to all of it is, I think the word, and it's been thrown around, is ownership. When we have ownership of especially property, it means that we can build our own schools, hospitals, neighborhoods, corporations, companies, international goods, services, global, and then after that, trust. Right, and then financial wealth and things like that, and that's the difference. What separates Asians and Indians and other immigrants who benefit from our fight. We were the only people who were pretty much decreed by the original founders that we were to be chattel from the time that we're born until the time that we're dead. And without any kind of fight or struggle, we would probably still be living under that same system today. So there are too many systems that we had to fight in order to get all the rights that we have now that other immigrants get to enjoy, but we still don't. We still have none of the property ownership. We still have none of the ownership that other immigrant groups enjoy, including financial. They have their own currency. Chinese people have their own currency. Indians. So they have a conversion rate, even though they come with quote unquote, we say that they have nothing, but they actually do have their own of everything. They have their own version of everything. We don't have our own version of anything. And then when we did try and build, it was burnt down. So none of these other immigrant groups were subjugated to a government, the American government in particular, specifically persecuting them throughout all of human history, so much to a degree to where we're projected to own less than nothing but debt to be passed down from generation to generation, while other people can pass on wealth, businesses, restaurants, property, homes, you name it. It's all through inheritance. If we have no inheritance, but only debt and rent to pay and things like that, and no property ownership, then you really don't have a future to stand on. You don't have a foundation to where you can build and then grow and then acquire.
Chinese people have currency here?
No, they don't. No,
they have their own. No, the Chinese have their own currency. The Indians have their own currency.
And they countries?
So when they leave India, they can convert it to the USD. Chinese the same thing. Pakistanis the same thing.
Now tell us the rate. Tell us the rate conversion. EBD. Tell us which. Hold on. No, cheeky. No. now EBD. Tell us the conversion rate.
Oh, the conversion rates have changed through history.
Which one is worth more though? EBD, enlighten us. Which one is fucking
which
Indian
is worth
currency
more?
worth more than the dollar, or is fucking the dollar worth more than Indian and Chinese currency?
Like rubles or something like that? What's the conversion rate in 2026? We can look it up. What's your point?
So you didn't answer the question. Answer the question. Which
no,
one
no,
is worth
I
more?
don't have the answer to the question.
EBD,
So
how
the
many
answer is
rubles?
fucking the American dollar, bro.
How
We
many
come over here, you
rubles for a
steal. It's
dollar?
poor. That's why they're poor fucking countries.
What's your point?
What was your point of making that point?
What's the point of him bringing up fucking
No,
foreign currency to come over here
what's your
with?
point?
It's not
he missed
worth
the whole
shit.
point. He missed the whole point.
What was your point of making that point, EBD?
No. When I was saying, I was running down the history of why immigrants, like, even though we say they have nothing, where they come from, they have their own currency, they have their own religion, they have their own everything. And when they come over here, they still have family that lives in their original country. So money can go back and forth. Number one, that's number one. And number two, when they have ownership, meaning they have their own businesses, which they can keep in the family, which they can pass down to their children, and which they can own and acquire
All
property.
right, let me ask a couple questions.
Wealth,
I heard that
trade,
part.
things
All
like
right,
that.
so let me ask a couple questions. Okay, so the obvious question is, what stops us from owning?
Right. I would say particularly systems of government in the United States.
What stops us from owning things?
What do you mean? What stops us? We haven't been allocated any property. Property is tied to everything.
Okay.
Schools,
and
hospitals, bridges.
Are you saying that the immigrants who come over, they already have those things established for them?
No, but they have access to it.
What do you mean?
Access to ownership that we don't have. Like
how is that happening?
Like you've eaten through Chinese restaurants that's been passed down from generation to generation.
EBD, just real quick. We got to be more pointed, right? So we're talking about the people who came. Did somebody give them that restaurant, or did somebody build that restaurant?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah,
like
so the first generation that came over, they started a Chinese restaurant, or did the government say, "Here's a Chinese restaurant for you"?
No. It's usually a building, right, built by whoever.
Okay,
but
so what's stopping us from doing that? That's my point. That's my question.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. There has to be a system that says, "Hey, here's a building." And then whoever comes to acquire that building through whatever financial means you have to acquire a loan in order to build a business, in order to turn into a restaurant. That restaurant makes money.
Okay. So you're saying, all right, you're saying that we don't have access to the capital to do things like that.
Correct.
Or you're saying it's a disparity in access?
Disparity in access, severe disparity in access.
Okay. How do you substantiate that?
Because we simply just don't have our own.
And you're saying the only reason why we don't own is because we don't have access to capital?
No.
You're saying yes, that's the reason. You're saying hold on.
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
That's the reason.
So you're saying there's a disparity in how they loan out, like what they'll loan to black people as opposed to people of other races.
Correct.
Okay. Can he substantiate that with the home ownership anecdotal examples of when they were trying to sell a house and they thought it was white people, it was, what was it? The amount they could sell it for increased or decreased? Are black people seen differently? Is there a disparity in loans? So do they give black people loans for cars because they know they want and need the car? And is that different from loans from small business loans?
Yeah, no. Let's just stick with small business loans. Bro.
If you can take a house, the price of a house, and if you're able to start a business because of the price of the house, you can take another mortgage out and get access to capital from your house, which is why your house is the most valuable thing.
Do they give us home loans?
And with it, yeah, they give us home loans, but they give us higher interest rates.
You just heard your point, right? Because if you're saying that they give us home loans and then you can build equity, then pull that money to start a business, and there's no disparity in home loan ownership, then that would hurt your point. I think the reason why I'm talking through it is because y'all take too long. Right?
No, I got you. No,
I got you. So now what you did have a point was probably 80, 70 years ago when there was a disparity in loans, right? Now, anecdotally, but I think my experience trumps it, is that I have homes in 4 different places, 4 different states, right? And so based on your credit score, right, and your debt to income ratio, right, they give you a percentage point, and it's also based on what the market percentage point is. You can also literally buy down your loan or percentage, right? So if they give you a 5.5, you can buy it down to 5.
Yeah, I guess I'm not talking about modern day times. I'm talking about a systemic issue that affects us as a social collective, not an individual. Well, what you can do today in 2026.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
And
that's the difference.
No, and so then that would go to kind of like JP's point. We can't do it as a group. It only be individuals, and as an individual, you have no power. And you're saying systemically, it still affects us in terms of loans and etc. Because are you saying that they see us in a particular way?
Right.
Okay. All right. Rock, what did you want to add?
Get in there too.
I got you. What did you want to add?
What's going on, everybody?
What's popping?
I wanted to go back to your list of prescriptions that you laid out, which I don't think were that extreme or extreme at all. I just think that what you made the contingency on was the extreme. But the question becomes, what are we willing to give up to address the problem? Or again, you and Sherelle were talking about collateral damage. What are we willing to give up or do to address that problem? Because the voting's not the initial problem.
Yeah.
Voting's this aftermath of okay, you can't vote if you don't do this.
It's a consequence. Yeah.
We're doing this to address this.
Yeah.
And then what? So
Rock, that was a problem, right? And see, the problem can be hinged on what I put in limbo, right? It was ignored the fact that we are federally fucked without quote unquote extreme prescriptions, but instead they wanted to talk me down about voting. Right, so I'm saying, okay, put anything in contention. Nigga, fuck, nigga, you can't drive anymore. Whatever it is, I'm saying that we need to do something different because Mr. Fantastic, the one that brought 2053 to my attention. I rolled off the bed last night, tossing and turning about 2053. And I was naked.
I'm celebrating. I can't wait for a lot of these niggas to go because I know one of the first ones gonna be in line.
Well, I ain't celebrating. I ain't celebrating.
I'm celebrating
because
for one in particular.
Because we have too much family that is subject to the things that are gonna make them a permanent underclass. We don't have enough degrees of separation. See, we don't have a big enough pool of people. When I go to a cookout, I don't know about you, but it's rich people and it's poor people and it's people on Section 8 and it's people that got this, that, and the third, and it's all the same family.
Yeah. Now, everybody can't make it in those
I understand that. Now let me do this. I gotta get Martin. He been waiting. Martin, what were you trying to say?
I was gonna say a couple of different things, but to the point you just made,
1.25.
Everybody's
speed, on 1.25 speed.
Everybody is not successful because nobody want to listen. JP don't want to look at somebody that's successful and be like, "Yo, big cuz, like, what you doing? Like, how can I?" And then when I just tell JP, like, "Listen, just go do this, and once you show me that you serious, I'll put you on." He like, "Fuck you. You ain't gonna put me. You ain't gonna give me the blueprint. You ain't gonna just let me in and invite me in. You ain't gonna make me a part of your brand."
Yeah.
Right. That's the reason, because we don't really. I don't think we have a community because we don't all agree on the foundational things that we need to agree on, like character, right? Like hard work, right? Don't nobody want to work hard. So, and JP want to be the leader. He a chief. He want to be. I mean, he an Indian. He want to be the chief, and he got the least to show for it.
The thing about this, right? That I want. Well, no. The thing that that I wonder about JP's point, right, is he'll say, right, that he was able to leverage some of the social programs, right, to get over, you pay me, this how you taking advantage, right? I wonder why JP doesn't acknowledge how you do it in an inverse, right? So in a capitalistic society, if you have particular acumen, find a field and able to scale it, you can literally take advantage of how this government is set up in the same way. But I wonder why, JP, you don't give credence to that, right? And I agree with mine. If you don't show me nothing, I can't put you on the field. But I wonder, JP, so if I take advantage on the inverse, right? If I take advantage of the tax code and I build a business that they can't just break down and it's actually needed and necessary. So like, as an example, during COVID, my business was, what was it called where you could work even though you weren't supposed to be
essential workers,
right? And now I'm able to put my family in a position, right, while manipulating this system just like you are. Why don't you show love to that side? Make it quick, JP, if you don't mind. And then because I gotta go. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Because that's a good argument if you was building a black man infrastructure. You are working in an infrastructure that another man is ruling over you. You're not in a position to be waiting 100 years. These people have 400 years in a race than us. Mm-hmm. So if you get up there and you get the resources and you can pass some, you might be good in this specific thing, but your brother might be good in this, but he just can't go to school for the shit. But if you get to this point, you're not in no position to be talking about. A lot of these black people, they think they get money. They think they just as equal as the white man, and you are not. You're not equal to no other race of men on the planet. And every other race of man, they won't never tell you because they feel like they too much above you to even conversate with you about all of this. So you're not in that position. And again, if you was building a black male infrastructure, you would have a perfect argument. And we would have been building our own shit, but we building, and then just to close out with this, it's 12 other countries. Dollar is more valuable than the white man's dollar. 12 other countries. You got Kuwait, you got Euro, you got Swiss francs, you got Jordan Diner, you got British pound, you got Armani. So y'all be putting America on this high pedestal.
How many fucking countries are there in the world?
Those are white people. But that point is they still white people, right? JP. But what I'm saying is but we don't, because I just want to work through this real quick, right? So when you saying you understand that, right? We are under the confines of somebody. We are not in charge. We agree, right? But do you think that what you do is taking advantage of what you have in front of you?
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm taking advantage with a different plight, right? A lot of like when y'all do it, y'all doing it to just shit on a lot of. I truly believe the black people that try to become successful, they only do it to compete with the black people that's lower than them. You do not. This is the moment y'all get up there. The first person you go shit on is the people the blacks that's behind you. You don't go talking, bragging, and calling Chinese people broke. You don't do it to white people. You don't do it to Indian people. You come to niggas and tell them niggas like Jay Prince for president, you ain't shit. You the bum, and woo out the bed, and I got this, I got that. How come you ain't doing that shit to them Asians?
Okay,
how come you ain't doing that ass shit to them whites, you old pussy ass?
And we need to do that.
Hold on. Question, JP. How do you substantiate that? Are you going off just a couple anecdotal examples? How do you know that?
No, I go off that because.
Well, let me ask you this. Better question. I got a better question. My bad. Now, right? Because we all come from where we come from, and we build ourselves up, right? So now what happens if, like, let's use me as an example. I have 14 men who come from wherever they come from. All 14 of these men are black men, right? And they come, I've them bailed a couple out of jail, got them different jobs, better than what I provide to them as a mover, right? So what happens then? So if you eliminate the shitting part, I'm literally taking advantage of the system in front of me, just like you are, but just in the inverse.
Okay, that will be a different plight then because you using this system to actually liberate us.
There we go. But we both using it though. We both using it. You heard?
Yeah. But no, I get what you saying, Hamp. Okay. Yes, if you're gonna use the system to liberate us, then yes, okay, I'm okay with that. Black love. But that's not what these punks doing. Fantastic come up here talking about he got a house and I'm broke. This is something I ain't never. He using these white man's infrastructure to shit on niggas like me or niggas that's below him because he don't have no confidence amongst himself. All his confidence is in the hands of the white man.
What if it's
all of his confidence comes in the hands of white man? Infrastructure or stuff that don't have.
This nigga that said my name like 30 times.
I got you. You also used to this, Mr. Fantastic. JP, what if it's tough love? Yeah, what if it's tough love?
No, love feel like love. You can't piss on somebody's head and tell about
no love here at all.
That's no love. That's no love. That's specifically trying to. He has something dealing with amongst himself. And so he feel intimidated by me when I come up here and speak because when I'm not here, he's the light until the real lights show up, and that's Jay Prince for president. Right. Oh, United Negro Nation of the Black House, the people label that.
And him,
for him. Because
right, JP, let's get some responses. Let's get some responses.
Yeah. So again, man, everybody, Ham, this is a prime.
Ham, can I just say this before we go to the sponsors?
You got 15
And
seconds.
all I want to say, although these people might be doing better than me, but I got something this is why they always come at me. My voice didn't take no effort. People was willing to listen to me, and they can actually feel me. And it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people did not that can relate to me. Then somebody talking about, oh, they live a high on the hall.
All right, land that plane.
They're high on the pool. Don't nobody relate to that nigga.
All right, let's go. Let's go to. Don't you drink? Don't.
A bum in the middle of the day without a fucking
go ahead,
job.
Mr. Fantastic, and then Mont. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, man, my name's been broke so many times, so I'm gonna try to be halfway decent here. A piece of shit nigga that can't keep a job, can't keep a home, can't even keep a YouTube channel, has come to another fucking body else YouTube channel to even have a voice at this point. That's claiming some shit that was never even off the ground, right? These are the problems with the black community. This nigga here is this nigga here, bro, is exactly who motherfucking Dr. Umar was talking about when he said for good. Okay, these niggas are the scourge of the black community and need to be removed immediately to never return. The fact of the matter that a person that has never accomplished anything in life, and you stupid ass niggas in the chat are just challenging it, is why I cannot wait for 2053 to get here. I cannot wait to look at you niggas from my home, okay, that I will probably have turned into a fucking compound by that point, and laugh at you and fucking kill each other over fucking bread in a motherfucking bread line. I cannot wait. Y'all are the problem. You niggas don't want to fix shit. All you want to do is sit back with your motherfucking hand out and white man for you. I didn't say shit while your broke ugly ass was talking, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Now, like I said, do nothing in your life but be a fucking failure and a burden on society. And then want to get up here and talk that fucking righteous shit in some convoluted fucking poor ideology of even systems, government, and have no understanding of anything. But because you niggas want to fucking relate to the lowest of us and want to listen to the lowest of us because it makes you feel better, because it doesn't challenge you to fucking get better, this is why we'll never fucking move nowhere fucking forward. And where you end up in 2053 is where you fucking belong. And don't come asking me and men like me for shit, because we not gonna be there.
We like just go to the white man.
I'm a this nigga. I didn't say nothing while your whole ass was talking.
Finish. Go ahead, JP. Hold on. Let him finish.
This nigga like 10 minutes.
I said finish. I didn't say hurry up. I said finish. I said finish. I ain't say hurry up. I said finish.
I'm gonna wrap it up. Right. I got you. So again, as you niggas find any fucking modicum of intelligence or anything from what this nigga is saying, and you purposely overlooking his fucking resume, just lets me know you like him or where you belong is where the fuck you gonna stay. And I hope you motherfucking stay there and you have to watch everybody else turn their fucking back on you and walk away as we should. Black people are never gonna motherfucking move forward till we cut these fucking anchors off. Everybody can't come. There ain't shit black people, there ain't shit white people, there ain't shit Arabs, Asian, everything across the fucking board. What everybody else don't do is look to everybody else and say why the fuck they ain't making it. You literally live in the fucking country of all countries with all the fucking opportunities. Well, even these people, this dumbass nigga just fucking Googled to find out clearly who had better fucking currencies are running to fucking get to here, or running to fucking open businesses up here. But because you niggas are so motherfucking stupid, okay, this is your champion. I hope you motherfucking enjoy it, and motherfucking, hey man, word in health.
Mom, what were you trying to say?
Yeah, so I heard a contradiction like I hear all the time, like even when EBD was talking. Okay. It's like we come to a point where we're like, yo, we need property, we need this, we need that, right? Which all requires money, like even what JP was saying. But then we get to a point where we're talking about money and you're like, oh, money, that's the white man's currency. Y'all using the white man's ideology. And it's like, yo, what do y'all want? Get some. We trying to like, yo, get some money. Let's make more money. We can buy more property. We can own more things in our community. We can do more. But every time we get around to that, it's like, oh, it's about more than that. We got to start with making some fucking money and making some better decisions with your money, because we got money to give away. We spend trillions and trillions a year to give away, right? But all we come back to blaming it on somebody.
No, I think the problem
you,
is not
JP.
the
He was
money.
he was talking to EBD.
And JP contradicts himself because this nigga about to start a food truck and start more and more food trucks, and he be like, I'm gonna be swimming in money. All right, go ahead.
Hold on, JP. Hold on. We monopolizing now. So go ahead, EBD. What do you think about what he's saying?
So I just wanted to elaborate on the contradiction because my prescription was that the first thing that Black people need as a whole, as a prescription, is property ownership. That comes first. Ownership means that you own something and can build upon it, such as buildings, hospitals, schools, neighborhoods, things like that. And these things are vital in order to open your own business, open your own bank, start your own industry in everything, services, globally, domestically, things like that, manufacturing.
So where we live at, we understand that credit and money comes first. But you're saying, oh, we need the ownership first. Then you pigeonholing us into something that don't even make sense.
No. Money doesn't always come first because money. Hang on. And you're thinking in 2026. I understand that quote unquote money, credit, all that stuff. Ownership is different than money and currency. Ownership is something that you possess that cannot be taken from you, but you can inherit, right? You can inherit property, which you can build upon. And what you can do with it is expand it out. Now, expanding it out and building it may take investments, but that usually comes in the form of loans or some type of guarantee that comes from the government in which you can structure a payment plan to repay that back. And when you have a business in which you can profit and make money and sell goods and services and things like that, like everybody else can do, then you can go ahead and start from there and pass it along in your family and hire who you want and not be dependent on somebody else's this, that, or the other.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
Sure. So one point I would make is that things that you own can be taken from you. The other point I would make is that you won't agree and concede that we should be thinking about 2026 as far as ownership. Like, yo, I don't care about all that other stuff. Get some money and build your credit up. That's what we all going to need from all of us if we want to do this community thing of owning things. Build your credit up, get some money, and let's start buying some things.
No, money can always hang on. You confuse one thing, Mont. Money can always be taken from you. It can be levied in taxes.
Exactly.
Hang on. It can be levied in taxes. Hang on, Mont. It can be levied in taxes. It can be stolen, taken from you from the IRS. Like money can always be taken from you when you own something. It is. Hang on. When you own something, it is in your name. It is in your family.
Who's taking
Hold
it?
Hold up. When it's in your name, like the reservations for Native Americans, when you go to a Chinese restaurant, right? That's not Mr. Smith's restaurant 2 years later. It's kept in the family. Ownership is kept and inherited for years and generations.
BBD, they're leasing most of those buildings. That's not true. They're leasing those Chinese shops. They're paying that shit to fucking the leasing company.
Let me say this. Let me say this. EBD. When you're saying they own these things, right? Are you saying that these things can't be lost?
No, they can be lost.
Are you saying that eminent domain doesn't exist upon a Chinese food restaurant?
I guess that's not the point.
You're saying that they've done these things for generations, right? And you keep on harping on the fact that they've been owning things for generations, okay? So the prescription is what? Ownership. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now that we haven't passed down many things, does your prescription not exist for us? Can Mont start something today that he can pass down to his kids tomorrow, and then will that meet your prerequisite for ownership?
Yeah, he has to have ownership of it, meaning that it's tied to his name. But when we're talking about, I know what you're saying, but are you talking about something that is tangible or intangible, like a business,
a service?
Yeah.
Property. When I say property and land and ownership, that is something that is more tangible that you can build upon versus a business that you can just register.
Okay, so you're saying that you're talking about actual brick and mortar.
Correct.
Okay, so the truth is what Mr. Fantastic said. Those buildings are leased.
Yes.
Right.
I got you. That's fine. They can be leased, right? But you can own property. You can buy and acquire acres of property.
Okay, good. So now here's where that we really have to have this conversation, right? Most Black people's wealth comes from real estate. The most millionaires that black people have come from real estate.
Yeah.
So now we have to ask, like when Rock and I are trying to talk about, is prescriptions. So what happened to said real estate? What was home ownership for black people in the 60s and 70s? What happened to those things? How many foreclosures are there? How many non-paid taxes? Who sold because they misunderstood? I got a call a year ago. This guy said, I want to buy your house, but I want to pay it in installments. So I want to buy your house for $365,000 and I want to pay you $50,000 up front, right? A lot of people jump. And he's like, I'm going to pay you $50,000 or whatever it was over the course of the next 5 years. Will you take that? I said, do you really sell people like this? He's like, all the time. I just bought 2 houses down the street. I said, but what about the appreciation that the house goes through in the next 5 years? So now you're going to pay me at this rate, but in 5 years, it's going to be worth $100,000 more because they're about to build a stadium down the street in Washington, D.C. But he get people, right? Because that house was passed to them, so they didn't work for it, right? They don't understand the value at $100,000 markdown. So what are the prescriptions of these people that are being subject to? And that's the accountability piece and the prescriptions piece that we've been trying to discuss.
And Hemp, can I just
hold on, Mr. Fantastic. That was a fucking roll. You gonna talk right after I'm done?
Damn.
God damn. God damn. Long finger, motherfucker. He say, Rock. He say one finger. Once.
Arsenio Hall finger.
That shit did this.
I was talking with passion and all that. And right when I clip it, you know when I clip it, Cheek, you know what it's gonna say? But I'm it's gonna say but it's gonna say but I'm not gonna be able to get it all the way cut out. All he had to do was pause 1 second longer, bro.
Did you still got that fantastic
the
sound effect.
You gotta play that shit, dog.
Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic. You already ruined my moment. Go ahead, bro.
Anyway, man, and I was going to say and give it further context, and you got fucking a family of people that they got passed down to, and they're willing to jump at the money because they're behind on the fucking property taxes, and they haven't paid the fucking shit from Big Mama's house and whatever. So now everybody wins in the short term because they behind on the house and losing it in foreclosure anyway.
That's what he ruined my moment for.
Boo. Boo this man.
Go ahead, Rob. You about to say something?
Look, and I think the meta principle of ownership is, like you said accountability, but it's like it's accountability, it's responsibility, and knowing how to carry that out. So even your list of prescriptions, those were all just different ways of ownership. When you say, okay, you got to be heterosexually married, so on and so forth, you know, the list of things that you mapped out, it's all about ownership. And ownership is nothing. I mean, I ain't gonna say it's nothing, but the meta principle of it is that you are responsible for it. So the more irresponsible you are, you know, as you say, the family that didn't work for the house and they pass it down, there's no responsibility that they have toward the house. So it's gone in the wind, just in one generation.
Also, can I add a correction too? Because this idea that you can only own property, right? Property is great to own because it appreciates, right? But property can be taken from you in the same process that money can be taken from you, because what they'll do is they'll take your bank account. They'll levy your bank account. They'll do what they got to do to take your bank. The same way the IRS will take it, they'll take your house, right? But there's more things to own than just property. You can own intellectual property, right? You can own patents, things like this, right? These are all things that we should own and we want to own. But it's more than just passing down property, which property is great and it's awesome and we should own that too, but just wanted to expound on it.
Yeah,
I think the key factor of my point is the word ownership and how powerful it is and how empty it is in terms of what in terms of my prescription. Ownership. I mean, I didn't say only property. I'm saying starting there. I'm not saying the only. I don't say the only thing we need to do is X, Y, or Z. I'm saying it starts there because we have our own everything, starting with property, hospitals, schools, our own everything that we control, that we're responsible for. We have businesses, we have commerce, we have all of these other things that we can stem from.
Yeah, go ahead, Rock, and then we do some final thoughts, man.
I had a redundant statement, so we can.
Damn, Rock! Wow, I hope other people can do that.
No, wow, that's insane. Don't do that.
Why repeat
we
myself?
can.
Right. Why repeat myself?
So what you're saying, Rock, is you
It's
agree
like
or
so
what?
profound.
No, I mean, I yeah, sure, I agree, but I just think that it's got to be mapped out and find out
Yeah.
because ownership is loaded.
Yo,
Like,
Yeah, but you have to start
work.
from
It ain't,
somewhere.
ownership ain't nothing but work. After
It's
you
a
own,
right, but once
arduous.
something is yours, right? Like your child is yours, your
Ain't
the
nothing-
business that you own is yours. Once it's yours, how harder do you work to maintain something that's yours versus working at some job that don't appreciate? You know what I'm saying? One versus the other.
Yeah, it's now here's the thing. This will be my final thought then. I like it. This was a dope conversation, and we gotta continue to expound on it because we really got to talk about the prescriptions, and we may have to sacrifice some things, right? And we understand that most of us ain't gonna make it. That's most people, generally speaking, right? But the road can't be super easy. I'm telling you, that's not the people you want. Members versus men, right? Ownership is not easy though, right? And it's also not for everybody. Entrepreneurship is not easy, and it's not for everybody. We should be able to build constructs, and you do have workers. You just make sure you don't take advantage of them. You take care of them, and you'd be surprised what a W-2 can do for someone. You know?
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of the people
know-
who can do it, create the infrastructure and the businesses necessary that allow other people to get on high as well. Right? You lift as you climb. But if we got too many cooks, hold on, this is my final thought, Josh. But when you got too many cooks in the kitchen, that doesn't work. When you got too many chiefs, that doesn't work, you know? So make sure that you're ready, because what actually is happening to people, they go to a bank without a plan, right? Back when banking was cool, when you had to actually go there, you also had to present a business plan. You know, you had to show what's forecasted, how it's scalable, what's the profit margins, and etc. Right? Present your expenses. And you'd be surprised what you can levy. But a lot of times people are going, right, not looking the part and not with a proper presentation. And then we'll complain about why we didn't get picked. So I'm not saying that's the majority minority, EBD. I'm just saying that there's a lot of factors that go into these things. You know?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I just said your name. It wasn't.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
You and Josh fucked my final thought up. And JP. I knew it. That was my final thought, JP.
Final
when
thoughts.
you get your turn,
Final
you
thoughts.
could go. Okay?
Final thoughts.
Asshole. Rock, any final thoughts?
No, I get my final thought is a redundant statement that I just made. I think the meta principle is responsibility. I think the prescription list that you gave out wasn't extreme at all. The prescriptions themselves address the collateral damage problems that we have in. So whatever extreme we need to give up, it has to be considered. And so the question is, what you're willing to give up to address the problem, the big problem, the real problem.
Real shit. Cheek, what you got? That's a fact though, man. Damn.
Yeah, I think having a unified standard would definitely help. So I'm not necessarily against the prescriptions. I just don't think tying it into. I just don't know what to tie it into to create an incentive, right? And I think that is just because we're not unified as people. So again, it's not that. Again, I think I needed to clarify. It wasn't because I thought they were bad. It was just I don't think voting. Because that's not it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what black people as a whole value, which kind of goes back to my statement a couple shows ago, which is I don't think we have a black community. I think we have a bunch of black people that may agree with certain communities and certain things, but we're not unified as a whole to say community anymore. I think that those times are long gone, and hopefully we can bring that back. But yeah, that's kind of my takeaway for today.
Word. JP, any final thoughts?
Yeah, so my final thought is black men, black women, you are not powerful because you have gained some economical resources. You playing the game that another race of man created the game. You'll never be as equal or nor compete. They can change the rules of the game at any given time. We have had many examples of that. The only thing black people are in, especially black men, is a detriment to you because you're supposed to be the warrior class of this race. You are nothing more than a pick-me of America. You live your whole life basing on how a white man would pick you for this opportunity, pick you for this job, pick you for this bank loan, pick you for this woo out the bam, right? Everything is about hoping and praying that this white man pick me out of, not to pick me out of a lineup or pick me to go home free or to pick me with Jesus. Please, Jesus, even your God do not look like you. Every other race as a man has their own God, has some lineage to their home. We the only one that's disconnected from, because Americans like a melting pot where like everybody come, and we the only people that's disconnected from our base. And this is why black people are lost, and we think that we moving somewhere. And lastly, when y'all say that, everybody can't come, motherfucker, where is you going? I guarantee you, the place that you going is when the white man put on his shoe, you want to put on your coat because you ain't got no vision. The white man controls the vision, he controls the narrative, he controls the dream, and he controls the resources. So you have to wait. Going with talking about we can't go. You going with the white man, so white man gonna take us all up. He ain't just gonna pick you.
Indeed, Josh.
You gonna make me go after that? God, why you do this to me? So, thanks, Ham.
Yes, sir.
Let me start with EBD. So your practice or ownership comes from family. It's probably about the best way to learn how to be responsible for a thing that you are responsible for. Hands down, it's what family does. Starts with your parents, works your way down to your kids, and even as a grown-ass adult, you are going to be still responsible to your parents, even as an adult. So you're even still stuck with the submission as an adult. At the end of the day, all of the prescriptions are going to boil down to that one thing. If you don't have family, you are going to ultimately become collateral damage to this society. Welcome to it. You're one of us or you're gone. Sorry, Cheeky. Take your single butt right back on over there. Other side of the line, sir.
Indeed. Ma.
I think like black people, I agree with this collectivism thing, right? But we ignore the individualism part of that collectivism, right? Like when you want a team, you do your job, nigga. Don't worry about nobody else. Do what your job, your assignment is. Do your assignment, and then we got collectivism, right? Do your assignment. I think we think success is whitewash, and whenever we bring up money, whenever we bring up typically ownership and all that type of stuff, and look what he got, everybody think it's whitewashing. We're gonna say, oh, that's whitewashing. You're not trying to do it the white man way. I think we need to learn how success works. I think we need to learn how to problem solve. We need to learn how to set goals. Because honestly, I'm gonna be honest, like when I hear like these black conversations, I think black people main goal is to just overtake white people for the number one people in the country and just want to own the country, right? I think that's the main goal. And it's like, all right, cool, that's your goal, but learn how to walk before you start trying to run. Like the same way earlier I was talking about, you trying to help somebody out, and he like, no, nigga, I want the money now. You can't give me the money now. I ain't trying to hear nothing you got to say, right? We see the goal at the end of the tunnel, and we talking about how to get there, and everybody just the way that we see success is we don't know how to get there. So we like, yo, I want what we got. I want the money now. I don't care about the road and the journey. So,
yeah, word. EBD.
Yeah, I think this was a dope conversation. I'm sad that I missed a majority of it, but at least I got in my 2 cents. I just think that everybody needs to focus more on ownership, only because once you have something that's your own, it changes your perspective of how you grow to maintain it and sustain it, and turn it into something that can benefit not only you but other people who are like you, and be able to span out your network and get somewhere, no matter where you come from. And as far as utilizing a system, you have to know how that system works and which system is built to benefit you rather than work against you, which in this country we have both that we have to deal with. So I'll just leave it there.
Indeed. It's fantastic.
Brother. Niggas believe that blind niggas can judge art, and they believe armless niggas can win boxing matches. Till that shit change, bro, we ain't never gonna get nowhere. All right? When the lowest of the low has the highest voice, loudest voice, and niggas actually listen to it, bro, we're doomed. Just doomed, bro. And those of us that understand that are gonna be the ones that make it. You have to kill that guilt. Kill the guilt, bro. Right? We too worried about that 10th cousin that show up to the cookout with all them fucking kids and they gotta eat too. They don't never bring nothing, but nah, man. Hey, Darwinism. I know it's fucked up, but that's the part of being a fucking leader, bro. Making a hard motherfucking call, man. Giving that tough order. And until we start doing that shit, bro, we ain't never gonna get nowhere, and the whole ship go sink.
Indeed. Bro.
This is a great show. Very entertaining. All praise to the Most High. Practice gratitude. Be grateful for life. Shout out. I broke down earlier this week. Well, last week. And this black man got underneath my car and shifted my gears manually because I got stuck in reverse. And then another black man fixed it for free. Then I had another issue and my daddy came. So I'm saying all that to say is that in the world, people are trying to be kind. I understand that we all can't go. So if we know that we all can't go, I think we need to start focusing on making here better. We all can't go. We should probably start making here better. We do have to focus on what we can do. It's a bigger picture. It's a lot of things that's not in our control. But us being good individuals, decent individuals, productive individuals in society, overall, if we was all doing our part there, we would have better outcomes as a community. So we always have to just look within first. But other than that, yeah. Good conversation. I will also say, just like going back to the beginning of the topic, is that the what is it? What's the name of the show?
This show, Collateral Damage.
Okay, the collateral damage became collateral damage. Like, begot collateral damage. So there was an issue that caused collateral damage, and then the people who came from that collateral damage had more kids and more kids and more kids, and there was never solutions for the collateral damage that was caused in the first place. And that's kind of what I'm seeing. It is the minority of people trying to break away and change the paradigm, and I think that we should continue to push them forward and highlight them and not treat that like that's no type of progress, because it is happening. So let's not focus on the people who want to do it wrong continuously. We should still acknowledge and respect and highlight the people that are continuously doing the right things. So
yeah.
I do think that you have influence, Hampton. I do think that you are powerful. I do think that you make a difference, black man.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. I think y'all did a great job today. I think for the most part, we stayed away from foolishness, and we ain't need one clip. Right, Rel? So, hell of a show, hell of a conversation. Prescriptions, man. Let's mine through it, Because even when we think somebody's louder, the profound is what's remembered. So let's just keep up the good work. But we need to change something, even if it's one person at a time. So, yeah. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all jumping to Discord. I'll see y'all tonight for the women's POV. Men are leaving. What y'all gonna do about it? Like, share, subscribe. That's the show for tonight. Sorry. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we
We out.